Tottenham bought some players.
Where's Stacy?
They sure did. But their start has been modest.
Hey, Stacy.
Modest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Instead of the city, and then they go to yeah.
We had it last,
Still disappointing.
last 2 weeks. We
Oh,
had it.
but it's worth it. So you did play,
Yeah. Other people
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Well, yes, and they were,
Gotta check on you.
when did what's his name?
I don't know, I mean, when I first started.
Just a few days.
Case,
Yeah, there are some force here.
When we first
East
started.
End.
Oh, but that's we're together.
Over the weekends, it's not, it's my thing.
And then like,
Yeah.
5 seconds, it went to, yes.
Yeah.
which is.
Yeah, just, you know, sometimes that kind of dynamic mess things up.
Getting too many people in. I don't know what.
I don't know. I don't know if that's. I'm not the IT person.
Right, right. It's got some very, the English needs, particularly.
Because it's whoever.
Unique financial arrangements, right? So you have to upload. One of the things happen is I guess the pressure
It's funny,
on
like-
people,
The last
You're
2 meetings, I was all the other ones.
otherwise they can go on free
Yeah.
training. But it's like a harsh, harsh reality now. And then, you know, these players coming from all over the world, so they're not afraid.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for agendas, it's swirling, I'm trying to clear. We are live, do we have extra printed agenda?
Well,
Do we have extra?
When I was working back.
If you could, Yeah. okay, we'll just tell her that if we are live.
Okay,
Look so forlorn.
the September 8th meeting of the Town of Rochester Planning Board is called to order. If you would rise for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please.
Really, it's like we are though, on my phone.
yeah, I'm just pleased city's not doing like.
Just give us a second, we're making, want to make sure that we're live.
In memory of.
You know, I follow.
We're live.
Okay, live. All right, you do the roll call.
Yes.
Chair Jones,
Here.
member Nelson,
Here.
member Duda,
Here.
member Fetchron,
Here.
member Farmold, member Pinsky,
Yeah.
member Roberts.
Here.
Do I say
Dave Church
Dave
is here,
Church,
our planner.
Dave Gordon,
is here,
and myself?
and Chris. Last name Moore. Christian Moore is here for Greg Coleman from CPL.
Okay.
All right, good. All right, we have some extra training from Muni Collab. I think everybody knows about it. There are 2 dates. Everybody good with that? I think we have about 3 people for each class, so. That'd be good if you can make it. I have lots of questions, so I'll be there. Just a quick update. Some of you have asked me about Ridgeview Realty. Quick update on that. At the last meeting, we did a resolution to send off to the attorney for the project, Jeff Kaplan, indicating to him, you know, that we're willing to we were wondering whether or not the project was coming back or not, and we gave him certain parameters under which he could come back. And he sent me a note thanking me for that, and then he also informed me that he's no longer the attorney for Ridgeview Realty, so that should, so at this point, there's nothing before the board. There's a paused project. All right, so let's get into the approval of the minutes. So you have in front of you a package. This will probably be the last time I do this, because the next time we do it, hopefully Stacy or a new secretary will be able to do this electronically and send it to electronically. But you have attached the minutes for the 25th. You have, and a number of other important items that we're going to go through tonight. So in the future, I'll continue to try to do that. I know you will read everything prior to, but for the meeting, shifting around, getting to the files. So I decided I would just give this to you in paper, but as I said, next time it's going to be electronic, I hope. So the first thing we want to do is the minutes, get the approval of the minutes for 8/25. Thank you for Stacy. We're within 2 weeks of getting minutes done, so that was wonderful. If everybody's read it, I'll enter, or do you have any questions or comments on those minutes? I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second. Peter, Zorian seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Chair votes aye, so 7-0. Okay, I'll just see if there's anything else. Okay. And by the way, attached to the minutes, Stacy's been attaching all of the approvals that might have taken place at that meeting. So you have the attachment for the Talaha project and also the certification for the LLI that we did for O'Donnell. So that's there as well. All right, so the first order of business in the regular agenda is the Goodman project. How are you, Bill?
Good.
You sent me some things a couple of hours ago. Those represent, hi, Mr. Goodman. Those represent, one of them represents the notes that you're putting on the map.
Yeah.
So it's,
Like a handover around.
all right, so if you have handouts, would you hand them out?
Yeah.
Do you have enough for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just a note that's being added to the map
Oh, thanks.
regarding the CEA, the critical environmental area. That's being added not by us, but by Will Warsaw. I don't need a copy, I've seen it already. Stacy, you can keep a copy and pass the rest of them. So, Bill, thank you for that. And it's not up on, I don't think it's up on Unicolab yet. And then you also sent us a revised map.
Yeah, I did send you that? Just recently, just like within the last couple hours, yeah, and the only thing that's really different on that. Is the addition of this little set of notes about the CEA.
Okay,
And other than that, it was really just changing the date and changing the title to final plan.
okay.
There was nothing else really that was changed on it.
Yeah, I take back what I said. I think there is a copy of the new map on Unicolab. Could somebody confirm that? Of course, being the expert computer specialist that I am, I got a note when Bill loaded it to moderate it and I hit yes. So it might be up there.
What are we looking for?
I
Final
went to
plan,
Goodman, I went to Goodman
I'm here.
and go into history.
To right.
Yeah, it's right there.
It's right there, the new map.
Yeah.
Dave is real good with this. So the new map is there if you want to blow it up to see the new map. And up in the right-hand corner is that note on the CEA. Everybody see it?
Yeah, they were there.
If not, it's there. So, okay, great, Bill. So what we wanted to do tonight was the decision. But before I do that, Bill, I just want to again confirm, I've been doing it every meeting. Well, Washington does know that we need to sign the map.
I don't know that I haven't actually been back to them since I've been here. Going through, because I didn't want to go back to them until I could go back and say, yeah, they've approved it. I haven't talked to them about it, but I don't see any problem with that.
Okay,
And they thought they were just gonna
I knew you'd be perfectly politic and that's what you would say.
Yeah,
So here's what I'm gonna do. We'll approve the decision tonight, but I'm not signing it.
right. Oh, no, I didn't expect you to sign it tonight. And, oh, that was the.
Well, no, I'm not signing it until I get the new map
Yeah,
that has a place for me to sign the
Yeah.
map.
that
And
was the
also-
other thing that's on that final plan now. One other change besides the final is I did add the Rochester approval block.
Okay, and then there's a couple of items from the decision that need to go on the map also. So you're gonna have to redo that map
Yeah,
again,
that's okay.
okay?
I'm just trying to get things on there as they come up.
All right, good. All right,
Rick, the list of documents needs to be updated in
with what?
the decision.
With the thing we got today.
Well, because it uses the old map, there's reference in the conditions. It uses the old list of CEA recommendations for
All right.
addition,
All right,
so
so you'll have to change that.
and we had the deed change.
And that was
It
fair.
wasn't resolved when I brought this.
Okay. So for the board, there was an issue with the deed that Dave discovered. The decision has the old deed in the decision. That's not the proper deed. We do have the proper deed now. Dave looked at it, I looked at it, it's fine. So that's gonna have to be revised in the decision in the list of documents. And Bill, the old CEA verbiage that you gave us 2 meetings ago, was a page worth of information. I think it was written by Mr. Goodman.
Yes.
I think, right? We're gonna replace that with what you just gave me.
Yeah, it basically just took the essential points of that to make it into the map notes.
Okay. So just so you understand that, so for the board, that'll be part of our decision, those two revisions to the decision. We okay with that?
Yes.
All right, so as we've done in the past, I'm not reading the whole decision. I'm just going through the important points. So this is a minor subdivision conditional approval for Goodman Land Holding LLC. It's a huge piece of property, most of which is in the Wawarsing, town of Wawarsing. Ours is a 10-acre, 11-acre parcel. But ours is important because it's the way in which the property is accessed. It's accessed through Rochester, so that's why it's before us. On page 2 is a list of all the documents. That will have to be changed with what I just talked about, the 2 changes to the documents. There's a series of findings in the whereases that talk about a variety of things, including the number of appearances before this board. We had to have the submission of an EAF because the project was not coordinated by Wawarsing, if you recall. So a separate EAF had to be done. So you could scan the findings if you want on page 3. On page 4, general conditions of approval. These are no different from any other conditions. General conditions of approval talks about the payment of fees and a series of other things before I'll sign the decision or the map. I am going to read through the specific conditions of approval on page 5. So starting with number 1, a final subdivision, a map plat shall be provided consistent with the maps and other documentation noted above and consistent with all conditions of this approval. So the map that will be coming in will have to show changes that we make tonight and the addition of certain conditions. All surveyors and engineers' notes on final map submitted must be followed in the field. By the way, this decision is in that packet that you have. It's page 19 up in the right-hand corner of the copies of the material for tonight. Number 3, documentation of all relevant and required and approved Ulster County Health Department permits shall be provided to the planning board chair prior to the signature by said chair of the final subdivision plat. 4, the town of Wawarsing portion of the project is within an established critical environmental area known as the Catskill-Shawangunk Greenway Corridor. A 1-page document titled Subdivision Narrative for Goodman Land Holding LLC. All right, so this will have to change a wee bit, given the document we just received tonight, has been provided to both the town of Wawarsing and the town of Rochester, stating commitments by the applicant to protection of this Shawangunk Greenway corridor. All statements in this document will be in effect for the town of Rochester portion of the project, and these statements shall be summarized in a note on the final subdivision plot or plan for signature. 5, the applicant shall comply with any and all comments from the town of Rochester Highway Superintendent and the Airport Fire District and or the town of Rochester Fire Inspector. All parties are made aware that while the proposed lots are accessed via Cherrytown Road in the Airport Fire District, the proposed lands and residential lot in the town of Wawarsing are serviced by the Cohasset Fire District. Peter, do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. 7, all parties understand that proposed lot number 2 is not currently proposed for any development other than agricultural and conservation purposes. Prior to any approval for a building permit on lot 2 in the town of Rochester, a permit applicant, the applicant, that should be changed just to the applicant will have to appear before the Rochester Planning Board for review. But they've just changed the grammar in that a little bit. 8, all parties further understand that any change to the current map affecting the lot in Wawarsing, lot number 1, beyond what is currently contained in the final plat map, must also be submitted to the town of Rochester for their approval, since access to the lands in Wawarsing is through an access road known as Upper Cherrytown Road in the town of Rochester. And the applicant shall present a final subdivision plat for signature. Okay, Bill, you and the applicant okay with those conditions? The only significant one I think is the, well, they're all significant one way or the other. And all of them will need to be on the map. Okay, Bill? Unless there's one that you don't. So that's just part of the function of you preparing the final map.
Instead, as far as the large lot. and-
As far as that,
As far as the large parcel.
Right.
That is primarily in Wawarsing, any, building within that, on that lot would require a referral back to Rochester Planning Board.
any changes to what's on the map right now? So I think there's a building on the map and there's a proposed building to be built on the map. Okay,
Yeah,
whatever you have on the map is fine. But if you make any changes to that map in terms of building lots or buildings, not just lots, but buildings on the
don't
lot.
show any proposed building and there's no existing building shown either.
Okay, so if any changes that you make to that map of the building or building lots has to come back to us because you're gonna be, whoever is gonna live in those houses or house has to come through the Cherrytown Road entrance.
Right.
I mean, unless you're putting 20 or 30 lots, there's no problem. It's just a pro forma. You gotta tell us what you're doing. And
Yeah, I'm just looking at it from the context of right now, with this big piece of land in here, you can go get a building permit and build on it. It doesn't have to come to the planning board to get approval to build a single house on that lot. Right? That's an
you're talking about a permit to the town of Wawarsing.
Either, yeah,
So
Yeah,
you
just
could
need
go
a
right
building.
now in the town of Wawarsing and get a permit to build one house.
right.
Okay,
And
so you
then-
ask, yeah, that creates there's no reason for us to ask for that to come back.
You can't change a filed subdivision plan without planning board approval
Yeah,
in a town with subdivision regulations. So
Right.
his point being, you can't change the map.
right,
You can do something that doesn't require changing the map.
yes,
That's a different matter, but you can't change a word on that map or
no,
a line without approval from the
Right.
planning board.
but you could get a building permit and build a building on there without having.
Well, you don't have to change the map, I guess, right?
No, you don't have to, change a subdivision map when somebody goes to build on it.
All right, so it sounds like Wawarsing does things differently than we do. If you come to us for a subdivision, we're gonna ask you to put on the map where the proposed dwellings are likely to
Mhm.
go. There have been a couple of situations where they said that they were just dividing it for conservation purposes. We said, yeah, until you want to build on it.
Right.
So put an envelope around the area where you're gonna be able to put the house and that's good enough for us. Whether you never do it,
All
we
right,
don't care, but at least then you could come in, the approval was
Yeah.
for that subdivision. You don't have anything on the map, and I guess Wawassing doesn't require it. I'm not gonna ask for one lot. If Wawassing allows you to do that,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna ask them to come back with us. I don't know if that was the intent of this. Okay, you do
Mhm.
one lot, that's how they do business in Wawassing, fine. But if you go to lot 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever,
yeah.
no, you gotta go
Because
back.
just looking at, we've got 171 acres here. And to say, okay, we're gonna build right here, and already I think that in the time that Ivan's been working with this property, he's had a couple of different levels. Well, maybe I'll build here, maybe I'll build there. When we go and say, okay, today, we're gonna pick this as the building site on a parcel of this size. And it was like 5 acres, okay, this is where the building site is.
Bill, you're arguing positively for the town of Wawassing. I'm not telling them how to do business.
Right,
All I'm saying is, Dave, we may need to reword this a little bit. Sounds like Wawassing allows for the building of one lot, of one building. I don't know how they get away with that in terms of the map at the county, because there's nothing on the map right now that's gonna be filed with showing a lot. But that's not my concern. My concern is if you go beyond that one lot that Wawassing is apparently allowing, if you go beyond that lot, you need to come back to us.
yeah, yeah,
Okay?
absolutely, that certainly makes sense as far as that goes.
I'm not sure what you want then.
Just leave it the way it is. All right, so if they change the map, that requires them to go back to the county. They have to come to us as well.
Right. If they proceed with something that doesn't require a map change, they're fine.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Which is what it sounds like you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah,
Okay. Anything else? You okay with everything else, Bill?
yes,
Okay. And you understand what Dave is saying? If you start drawing other lot lines,
oh, absolutely,
Okay.
yeah, that,
all right,
yeah.
then we got a deal. Or you're getting towards a decision. The town of Rochester Planning Board further grants authority to the chairman to certify that these conditions have been met, at which time the chairman is authorized to sign and date the plat without further resolution by the planning board. This final subdivision approval shall expire 180 days from this approval date unless all conditions are satisfied and certified as completed. This period may be extended for 2 additional 90-day periods on application through and approval by the town of Rochester Planning Board. The owner shall file for signature and certification in the office of Ulster County Clerk 6 approved paper plats and 1 Mylar plat copy bearing the chairman's signature and any other related documents within 62 days from the date of the chairman's signature. Or such approval shall be deemed to expire without further notice in accordance with New York State Town Law, Section 276. The owner shall have the responsibility to return 5 Ulster County Clerk certified copies of this plat and any other related documents to the planning board within 30 days of such filing. 3 of these maps will be retained by the planning board and the other 2 retained by the applicant. Bill, obviously, you're gonna get more maps, have to get more maps signed by the county because you got 2 towns involved, but this is what we need.
Can I
Okay,
make one request?
sure.
Can you put a date and a prepare on this?
Yeah.
The mitigation memo?
Yeah.
Just because it doesn't,
Still doesn't happen.
Okay,
it just doesn't, there's no way to legally track it if we don't,
So Bill, you'll
can't be
do,
credited with a date to
yeah,
somebody.
okay, yeah, I know, as far as your records, to me, it was just,
Yeah, it's on the
was just
plan,
for your approval, is this good, can we put it on the map?
Ron, this is literally what's going on the map,
Yeah,
That's what's
there
going
might
on
be
already.
plenty then.
Cause he's gonna stamp and. Sign.
you know, it'd be easy enough to just send him a new copy tomorrow.
Yeah.
That will include in our record.
yeah, just for your.
With a name and a date, and that'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Draft resolution was prepared by the chairman and or town planner, was read and discussed as needed by the planning board in a public meeting at the time and place of adoption. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to grant the subdivision with the changes of the additional documents, change in that.
Okay, I'm gonna stop for a second. Anybody have any comments they want to make about any of the changes we made? Okay, second by Dave Roberts. Okay. You good, Stacy?
I'm good.
Okay, and all in favor? Anybody opposed? Chair votes yes, so 7-0. Okay,
Excellent.
you're
Thank
done.
you.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Goodman. Okay, Glasgow. Greetings.
Hi, gonna make the night about Chris Gray with Control Point representing
So Chris, what was the last name?
Gray, GRUI.
GRUI. So, okay, representing Patty Patty Brooks.
Yeah, she had another event come up or meeting come up rather.
Okay. All right, so we've gone through this project. It's a 2-lot subdivision. There's a map there in your file, just in case you want to reference it. Both lots, the one lot with the quote unquote major changes is lot number 1, and lot number 2, we asked them to put a building envelope around the proposed house on lot 2. That would allow the house to be moved quite a bit within that envelope. So does the board have any other comments they want to make? We took care of all the seeker matters at our previous meetings. So as is our want, I'm just going to highlight certain important items here. This is a minor subdivision conditional approval for Adam and Christina Glasgow, also known as Queens Highway Project 1315 LLC. On page 2, you have a series of lists. You have a list of series of documents that were presented to us. On page 2 and 3, you have a variety of findings that the board made. The one blank, Dave, that blank is to put in today's date, right? I know. That's the
Waiver,
waiver. We did the waiver at the last meeting. Did we not?
you didn't have it,
Sorry?
didn't have it in writing.
Okay, that's right. We talked about it.
I do not have a waiver.
You do not have a waiver.
Is that the waiver for the town superintendent?
No, the waiver, say that again, the waiver for what?
The town superintendent?
No. It's a waiver regarding
Consideration subdivision.
the subdivision code 125-12A and 125-12B. It has to do with new code that was written into the town code on November 14th and adopted November 14th of last year. And we'd like to waive it, but we need a waiver request from the applicant.
Okay.
Stating why they want the waiver. And if we don't have that, can we make the decision contingent upon that?
Recall.
What does the board want to do?
I think it's a bad precedent to set.
I agree.
It's a big, sort of a big deal.
agree.
I would have to sit.
Okay, so I think the preponderance of opinion is, and I did remind Patty about it. I think Dave did too, but I know I did. Sorry,
No, that's the my apologies.
if she has any questions about it, she can call myself or Dave. So it's a combination of stating what's in this decision in terms of what you're asking the waiver for. 125A, 125-12A, 125-12B. And if she looks up the code, she'll find out exactly what it is. Has to do with prime farmland. And in the waiver, you need to state a reason why you're asking for the waiver. And if it's my belief that we talked to Patty about that also, why and what we typically will do if we waive it.
Okay.
And I think you can tell her that we haven't waived all of them. This seems rather simple, but we're gonna have to wait until the next meeting.
Not a problem. Well, my apologies for not having it here now.
No, that's fine.
All right.
Sorry I had to come all this distance.
Okay.
And Patty should contact me about when she can come to the next meeting. Because, I mean, it's rather simple, but the next meeting, is gonna be a detailed workshop meeting for two major projects, which I don't know that I'm gonna put any other projects on the agenda. But it'd be pretty pro forma. It should only take us 10 to 15 minutes,
Okay.
maybe. So anyway, two things, have a call us if she's not clear on the waiver, and also the call about when the next meeting would be.
Yep.
Possibly 9/29, if not then second Monday in October, whatever date that is. Oh, I'm sorry, no, not the second Monday, the second Tuesday, because Monday is Columbus Day, so it'll be I think it's the 14th. Okay?
Yep.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay. Next project, Landon and Dawson. All right, so where do I start? There are new there's a whole package, for this project in your file there. The top map is the latest and greatest. It's a site plan map. It's dated August 22nd, I believe. Yeah, can I have that package on the top? Yeah, that one. Yes, August 22nd. So that's the latest map that was drawn, site plan map that was drawn by Mendenbeck and Eggers. Further in your package is a smaller map with a different date on it, which is the map for the lot line. The lot line adjustment.
No pretty colors in that one.
No pretty colors. So it's the much smaller map. Right-hand corner, it says lot line. So tonight, we're gonna be doing two things. We're gonna do the lot line certification. And you have that decision in your paper package here. On page,
30. Sorry, 30.
page 30, thanks, on page 30, so we're gonna do that. It's putting those two lots together, both lots are non-conforming, but pre-existing. So this makes them less non-conforming. So we want to do that tonight. The other moves for tonight, the other item that we want to do, numerous items. One is a waiver for the front yard setback. They asked for a waiver. The setback is supposed to be 35 feet. They're asking for 30 feet. And the reason for that is to be able to push the house closer to the line in order to stay out of the high water mark, if you would, or the floodplain rather, the floodplain marked area marked by FEMA. So that we can do, we've been advised that we can do that waiver. And we'll do a resolution for that after we do the lot line. But then there's three other, I'll call them waivers / variances that we can't do. One of them has to go to the CEO. And the CEO happens to be designated by the DEC as the town's floodplain development permit signatory. So he's allowed to permit things to be built in the FEMA defined floodplain and is allowed by the DEC to do that. He's only done one or two of them in recent history. So we need to, Dave put together a document to him, and we need a resolution from this board to refer that to the CEO. In that document, which is also in your package, the document is both a referral to the CEO as well as the second series of variances to the ZBA. So a referral to the ZBA. So the ZBA needs the referral for two reasons. One is the town in its new code has what's called a flood overlay zone. flood overlay zone is similar to the aquifer protection zone, a host of other zones that we have. The flood overlay zone has a section there that says you're not allowed to build more than one dwelling for every 3 acres in that overlay zone. This property is under 2 acres. It's undersized for the zone, but it's, remember, previously non-conforming. So the ZBA is gonna have to approve that variance to build a dwelling without being in 3 acres. And the second variance that they have to approve is to have an incursion, if you would, into the stream buffer. So the town also has a 100-foot buffer from wetlands, whether they are DEC or federal, from streams, so a 100-foot buffer. And some of the development is within that 100-foot buffer, so the ZBA is gonna have to approve that as well. So there are 3 referrals that are being made in that memo that you have, which starts on page 33, that Dave wrote. So there are 3 items being referred to 2 different entities here in the town. One is the CEO and the other one is the ZBA. Okay, so we'll get to that in a minute and you can ask questions about all that and Dave can answer them. What I want to do now, though, is to do the LLI, which is rather simple. And it's similar to many other LLIs. So does anybody have any questions about the lot line change? All right, so what I'm going to do is to read through that certification that was prepared. And it's on page 30. And so this is a lot line certification for pursuant to chapter 125 and chapter 140 of the town code of the town of Rochester. And it simply puts together those 2 non-conforming lots into a larger lot to allow for the building of a single-family home. And a reminder, they're still non-conforming, but a lot less non-conforming. And on page 31, the typical verbiage there you see under numeral 1 that has to wind up being put onto the map, onto the lot line map. So I'll entertain, well, first, if you have any questions, fine.
We don't need to vote on this.
I can't hear you.
We don't need to vote on this.
What?
We do not need to vote on this, on that line.
Yeah, we vote on lot lines. We don't do a secret for lot lines because they're a type 2.
Yeah, I just don't see any, please.
We vote on lot lines, right? Okay,
My experience, yeah.
okay.
It's
That's what,
not, in your code, it's not considered a subdivision.
right.
And by state regulation, it's a type 2 action under seeker.
Right. So we don't have to go through the secret process, but we do vote on it. Anybody have any questions, comments? So I'll entertain a motion to approve the lot line certification. Hans approves, or motions to approve the certification.
I'll second it.
Paulina seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Chair votes aye, so 7-0. Okay, so that's done. Now, the next thing we have to do is to approve the setback. And we need a motion for that, the setback to be 30 feet instead of the required 35 feet.
Make a motion.
So Jennifer makes the motion,
I'll second.
Dave seconds. All in favor of that waiver?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Chair votes yes, so 7-0. Okay, that's where what we can do stops. Jennifer?
Can I make maybe a suggestion? So I understand this has to go for review for the area that's in the buffer, right? However, there's the envelope that they could rebuild on as of right, and they wouldn't need any approvals, right? And then, but that's not the envelope they're using, it's a different area. It might make sense to delineate that new buffer area, because like if there's only 100 square feet of new footprint in the buffer, that's different. That should be, it seems to me that we should distinguish, or it could benefit them in getting a waiver by distinguishing the new footprint from what they could do as of right. Does that make sense?
Well.
It makes sense, but
On a large map.
Right,
I'm just saying that it might give you a faster yes on a waiver to show that, you know, we could already build in the floodplain or in this buffer because it was there before. We're only asking for a small additional area so that we can make it ADA compliant and we can do all these other things. I don't know if that would make a difference, but it's a thought. Instead of showing. I think that if you include the existing footprint, it kind of misrepresents what they're really trying to do.
right, because we're moving closer to the road, we're
Right.
not. Right, so we're outside of that original, which is quite a bit, and you see it, former building outline.
so let me ask Dave, because we went through this extensively with the
Okay,
applicant
sorry.
for about an hour and a half. The need for the variance from the CBA for being in the buffer grew out of the 100-foot buffer, 100 feet from the high water mark of the stream. And the presence of disturbance in that buffer zone, which is prohibited. Does the fact that it was originally non-conforming and they did whatever with the existing house, have any weight in the need to send that to the CBA?
Yeah, I think it could help. The two provisions that is proposed to refer to the zoning board are new as of November. So they weren't in the code before that.
Okay.
The 3 acre and the strict limitation on what you can do in the buffer, while it was strict previously, it's stricter now. They had a complete right to rebuild the building in kind plus 25%, if I read it right, am I
Yeah,
Right, Rick?
25%.
within 18 months of the day of fire, but that's years ago. So while the code says,
The
the
code is pretty
CEO
clear.
has said, because of the lapse of time, it requires a special use permit then.
Rather than, I understand what you're trying, that we're trying to be accommodating. But
I understand it still has to be referred, I'm just saying. For the
If you should-
purposes of the referral,
Right.
if they receive it and say, and they can understand. The area of disturbance is increasing by X. Like if we rebuild as is, it would be this amount of disturbance in the buffer. What we're proposing by moving it closer.
so you're
to
suggesting that Dave update his memo in order to inform the ZBA of that difference?
Possibly, if we think that that would help.
The CBA is gonna-
Tweak the map a little.
I'm just saying to provide context, rather than to say we want to build this new house in the buffer. It would be helpful to contextualize.
I think the
that.
ZBA is going to
They can
know
refuse that.
the context, they're gonna do their job and they're gonna see, they're gonna have all the information
Okay.
available to them. So I don't think, I mean,
I want us to
David,
spin our wheels, I want it to move as fast as
David,
possible.
if there's any way that you can enhance the recommendation, what we're looking for is the board to recommend that they give the approval,
Yes.
right?
Yeah,
So that's very clear in the reading, in the verbiage, right? If there's anything that needs to be adjusted, I leave it up to you to adjust it. But I'd like to mail this thing tomorrow and sign it tomorrow and get it off to the CEO and to the ZBA. And it's pretty clear that we're recommending it. We're
Yeah.
not just throwing it to them and saying,
Right,
you guys take care of it. Dave's gone through the ins and outs of it. He's told them, he's mentioned the fact that it's a pre-existing non-conforming and they're pretty sharp on the ZBA, so I think they'll pick up on it and they'll do their best to do the right thing.
Which
Alright.
he's proposing to add a sentence or about the,
just to,
we could do that.
I mean, I don't want it to hold it up.
If you want to shoot me a little language, I'll speak it in with the board's permission.
That's fine. Jen, if you could do it,
You guys know what I'm trying to get at? Yeah. You
I,
guys
I,
okay with
I
that?
actually really agree with you. I think if.
I
should verify this
because
This is
does it show specifically where's the new building gonna be in terms of?
Well, this is the lot line adjustment.
Right, yeah. The last time it wasn't there, it was just a sketch.
so Jen, why don't you send,
I can copy Zorian on it.
we'll cover the whole board if you don't mind, all right, and just send it to Dave. Dave, assuming that this gets approved tonight, and if there's other questions, we'll get to that. But I'd like to get a copy for tomorrow and sign it and distribute it tomorrow to the CBA and to the CEO.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions about it? Okay, so I'm gonna seek a resolution for the board to approve Dave's letter that starts on page 34, which entails a referral to the CEO and also to the CBA. And the resolution is simply would be worded. The board approves the letter being sent to the CEO and to the CBA for purposes of seeking a variety of different variances. Would somebody like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion to send that resolution.
One more edit. The first sentence, I'll have to add that you agreed on at this meeting, not at the August 25th meeting.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I'll just add that.
Change.
And there's also a date change, I think, that was
Do you want the memo will be dated tomorrow? Oh, yeah, sorry.
the other change.
There's top of the second page of the memo, it should have read November 2024, then
Not 25,
not 25.
right? You can put today's date on it, it's fine.
Okay.
All right.
I'll make that amended resolution.
Okay, so it's amended to include that it'll have today's date on it and a change on the second page from 25 to 24. The date was wrong,
And then the language that Jennifer.
including the language that Jennifer will send over the date. So I have a motion, a second,
Yes.
second. All in favor? Anybody opposed?
Rick, sorry, but it's important for applicant to point out that they protrude to the buffer on the columns, not to the building itself. In other words, if it's really flat. It's.
You've got,
building
you've got the
still-
columns.
Right. it's
I'm
still-
assuming that Jennifer will include that in the verbiage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also part of
So
the
it
narrative.
becomes obvious, that's.
I think Dave has that in his,
Yeah, and it's part of the narrative that they'll submit to the.
okay, so we voted, chair votes yes, so 7. Did we vote?
We did, but who seconded?
Seconded by Dave Roberts.
Right.
All in favor? Chair votes yes. And I already asked if anybody was opposed. So that passes. So the only, and it's not a wrinkle, it's just the ZBA procedure. You'll have to fill out the ZBA application. And then Dave is available to meet with you and Mike Banning to explain what this FEMA floodplain approval process is that he has to go through because it's relatively new to him as a new CEO. All right, so
And that is the first step, and then we go to the ZBA, or can we do both
you
concurrently?
can do both concurrently,
Wonderful.
okay?
Thank you, everybody. for-
And the CEO can also decide that he doesn't need to approve it, that's within his. You know, if he decides it's a de minimis impact, that's his prerogative, he has to go through certain steps.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
am I correct with that, Dave?
First meeting I ever had.
Yeah, I think he's got a choice of, I think he could.
Right, Dave, you don't walk in, right?
First meeting, you didn't have to say a word.
We engineered it that way, Dave. Thank you, Chad.
Cindy's smiling too, just say it.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, what's next?
The biggies.
Okay, Hudson Valley Resort. You guys, I'll tell you what, why don't we take a quick break, set up your screen, I thought you were gonna do it already, but set up your screen real quick, okay. Set up your screen, get your camera material. Let's get rolling here. So again,
I think they're pretty much.
I think they're pretty much, yeah. All right, so let me tell the board what we've got going on here in addition to the stage crew. Setting up the screen, put it up against that wall, if you would. So this is a project, Eli Stoller, the gentleman with the hat. And his consultant, Chris Laporta. And Chris, you can describe who you work for when you guys start talking. The they're here to describe a proposal to renovate the old Granite Hotel.
If you guys move it down that way, it'll actually be on camera a little bit more. It'll be helpful.
Yeah, that would be helpful for the public.
Yeah,
Oh,
Good.
good thinking.
Okay, super. So they're
Is it
here
okay
to give a
if-
presentation.
Cover the screen temporarily while they're doing this.
Say that again?
I don't,
No, let's not diddle
I don't
around
wanna
there.
mess it up.
Okay. We have enough trouble just keeping this thing live. Okay.
No, but it's good.
Okay, so let me continue. This is a
Yeah.
presentation. It's an initial presentation. They still have some pieces of the application that are due. But it is up and running on, Unicolab.
Yeah.
And they asked just to make a general presentation, a concept presentation is what I'll call it, to the board. And I said, that's fine. Realizing that that's all it is. It's a concept presentation. So Eli has a
We can,
PowerPoint, right? I have some,
we get some formal introductions.
yeah, in a second. We're gonna get there. Okay, I'm gonna hand out some material
Yeah.
which will follow the PowerPoint presentation. Some of this you may have seen already on Unicolab if you had the opportunity to go through it. Let me know when you're ready and then you can do your introductions. Can you make it bigger? Hey, Hans, would you mind just trying to shut some of the lights off so we can see this a little better? All the way in the back. Ooh.
Unplug Dave.
Okay. Eli, why don't you introduce yourself and Chris? Hans is gonna knock off some of the lights.
Okay,
Keep going.
my name is,
That's good.
Ellis Stoller. I am.
And this guy is, where is
This
he?
is Chris Laporta.
Okay.
He's an engineer from Passero Engineer.
What engineering firm?
Passero.
Tassara?
Yeah, SSERO.
Eli, you're gonna have to talk real loud. This room does not have good
Sorry.
acoustics.
I'm looking to redevelop the site where the current Hudson Valley resort is. And essentially put a working farm and ranch resort there in its place. Should I go through the presentation now or?
Is it gonna be on the screen?
Yeah.
All right, so why don't you wait till he gets the screen ready?
Very close.
Including the lots,
Say that again?
including the lots, because unfortunately unclear. Is that only existing lot where the hotel is?
Why don't you let him go through the presentation first? Where is that, Scotland?
Switzerland.
Not sure. It's the automatic background.
Oh, I thought that was part of the presentation. I'm sorry.
That's what he called.
Okay. Who's gonna do the switching of the flipping of the slides?
I
Okay,
guess I'll start then.
all right, Elliot's, the show is yours.
Okay, so first of all, thank you everyone for taking the time to listen to me. So. The.
I do have some 11 by 15s if anyone would like. I don't think I printed enough for everybody.
You can wander around and just drop them off at each of the board members' spot while Ellie is going through the presentation.
So.
That's great. I thought I would have to do,
Thank you. So currently, at the site, it's about 550 acres. There's a 331 room hotel, there's ballroom, theater, restaurants, there's a spa, swimming pool. There's an 18-hole golf course that's a little bit defunct. And it's currently operating in a pretty limited seasonal way, but it's severely underutilized. Large portions of the building are condemned. There's a lot of deferred maintenance, and visually it's a blight on the landscape. So the plan is to demolish pretty much most of the existing building and replace it with smaller, more sustainable development. So I'm just gonna give a little overview. So we all miss those days when we were young, adventurous, and wild-eyed. The days we played outside until dark, chasing fireflies with muddy feet and tangled hair, when dinner was ready, but we didn't hear mom calling, not because we weren't listening, but because we were off somewhere deep in the woods, building forts, hatching frogs, and running wild with our imaginations. Then we grew up, we traded curiosity for certainty, wonder for worry. We boxed ourselves in, started checking our reflections in the mirror, and tried to become who God told us to be, rather than who we actually are. So what I call Bramblestead is what I'm calling it is where that untamed version of ourselves still lives. It's a boutique working farm and ranch resort, a living, breathing experience that invites guests to trade schedules and screens for the call of the land, the rhythm of animals, and the grounding ritual of shared meals. This is not a place for passive escape. It's not a week by the pool waiting for the next cocktail. It's a return to something older, simpler, wilder. Welcome to Bramblestead. So the high level concept is to redevelop the site into a local farm and ranch style resort where guests can enjoy farm and nature activities, dining, and spa. It's cabin focused lodging, so it's clustered, low-rise cabins designed to blend with the natural landscape. It's a farm and resort integrated together, so it's hands-on agriculture with modern resort amenities. The core idea is a place for families and visitors to reconnect with nature, food, and each other. The experience is waking up to the farm life, spend the day outdoors, relax at the spa, and gather around the campfire at night. So what a typical day at the resort might look like is, you wake up in the morning with the sunrise, maybe a coffee in the hand, the mist rising off the lake, the cows grazing in the field, and you hear the roosters, and you wake up at the farm, you bring in the animals, feeding them, milking them, collecting eggs, grooming, saddling up your horse. And then you might go over to breakfast at the farm, at a big restaurant with communal style seating, which is a big part that we want people to meet each other, share experiences. You have a hot coffee, eggs, pancakes, and really gearing up for the day. Mid-morning, you might head out to some local shopping places, go on a trail ride, go hiking, fishing. Then early in the afternoon, have lunch on the trail, right? Or head into town for a bite to eat, grab a snack from the berry bushes and the peach trees, and jump in the lake. Later in the afternoon, maybe you go in the pool, you get yourself a spa treatment, you make soap, you go do photography, you take pictures of the birds, the trees, taking it all in, or you might go for a local excursion around. In the evenings, you'll go for an outdoor open fire cooking experience, sitting around, sharing stories with people you've just met, people from different backgrounds, marshmallow roasting, singing. So the proposed build out for the guest lodging is somewhere around 55 standalone cabins, plus about 20 keys and a small lodge. The farm infrastructure would have orchards, gardens, barns, animal enclosures, and greenhouses. For dining options, there may be 2, possibly 3 farm-to-table restaurants featuring locally sourced food. In terms of wellness, there's a spa, would be a couple of pools, and then health and medication studio. We would also have event spaces, a barn-style banquet space, an outdoor pavilion for family celebrations, reunions, and special occasions. For recreation, you go hiking on the trails, go biking, go walking. And then there would also be a housing component, so we would have staff housing, and then also the single-family farm residential for people who love the farm, want to be there on a more permanent basis. In terms of benefits to the town, so I outlined 3 categories. So economic, number 1 is a major, I think, private investment in redeveloping the site, would create a lot of jobs and would boost the local tax base. For the community, it would offer event spaces and programming accessible to the residents, partnerships with local farms, vendors, and businesses. It would also offer educational opportunities for schools and families, and restores a beloved historic site with new energy and relevance. Environmentally, we would be removing a deteriorating blighted structure, offering beautiful land for responsible use and public enjoyment, and also promoting sustainable agriculture and conservation. I'm going to hand it over to Chris Laporta.
Thanks, Ellie. I'll introduce myself a little bit more. My name is Chris Laporta. I'm a civil engineer with Castro Architecture and Engineering. We're a full-service architectural and engineering firm. My office is based in Newburgh, and we've been investigating this property with Ellie for some time now. I wanted to just jump into our general environmental sensitivity and some of the studies. This is far from an exhaustive list of everything that we're gonna put forward, but just a lot of the big points. The approach we want to take to seeker, we want to front end all of these reports. We want to get as deep as we can early, and we really want to make sure that this project works for the community and the environment. This is a piece of experiential real estate, and the value is the land, the open space, the agriculture that we want to add to the property. So we want to look at our environmental studies that they under a fine lens, and we want to get the information, the whole stack of reports. We are aware this will be a type 1 action in seeker, and we want to put together a seeker report, almost an executive summary of all of those reports in a way to illustrate line by line on the impacts to land, the impacts to water. The existing use on the site is quite intensive. At full bore, it was a 331 room hotel and has cavernous restaurant and event spaces inside. So we when we took a look at it, it was we did take a look at the building and thought, hey, maybe we could make it work, but it's really it needs a lot of work. It's got the the light and aesthetic issues that we talked about, and we think that the project could be done a lot better to clean it up. So when we go through our studies, we'll be looking at the stormwater pollution prevention plan. Obviously, the existing grounds were built under previous regulations, and a lot of the impervious isn't anywhere close to getting the degree of treatment that it would by today's standards. So, we're pretty confident that there could be a net reduction in impervious surfaces. We obviously also hold high regard to health and safety, so we're going to make sure we have the vehicular circulation proper. But we've been discussing ways that we could have the the roads for the main access through the entry sequence to get into the core of the resort, but then as you branch out further, we're looking at less pervious, either gravel surfaces or in some areas, maybe we could selectively use the, some of the grass pavers or the other options, available. And, in close coordination with the fire department, we could explore reduction of width in roads once they're not the main arteries of the development. So, we're planning to conduct all of these. I was toying with actually putting a list of every report we might do into this slide, but then you wouldn't be able to read it. There would be quite the list, but we want to be sensitive to the neighbors, so we're aware that we're going to need to do sound studies, visual studies, work habitat studies, everything, archaeological studies, transportation studies. We're gonna put together a comprehensive package here. This is an approach that I've taken with other similar resort developments in other towns. We just did one in the town of Marlborough that was I think around 130 keys and across 140 acres. It was very spread out, had a lot of heavy civil infrastructure to get the water and the sewer and everything else in there. And we took this approach of, we don't want to sit here and argue for 3 months about should we be doing a traffic study. Of course we do, and we want to scope it properly from the onset so that we were able to work collaboratively with the planning board and show all of our proposed mitigation, how we want to handle all of these issues, and we were able to get a negative declaration in seeker on that project, which that's something very valuable to us in the seeker law. Of course, you need to do a thorough investigation, but if it does go the positive declaration route, adds years to the timeline. So we're hopeful that we could put our best foot forward and put all these studies forward and work with the planning board to effectively mitigate any potential harm of the environment. I did add a couple of slides. Most of these are what was in the packet that we submitted, and anyone printed the original handout. I think I slid them into the ones that I printed here. My apologies that I only printed 8. I was a little bit short. But we did pull up the seeker documents from the FOIL that we did when there was another proposal put forward on this property for a casino a little over a decade ago. And there was a lot of good information about the existing use, how many rooms there are, how much restaurant space there is. And I was able to use that as the basis to to put together some preliminary water and wastewater projections using the 2014 DEC guidelines for water and sewer demand or generation. And the numbers are, I can barely see them from here, but the key numbers here are that the existing use was somewhere around 100,000 gallons per day. And we put in the program here, and I'll talk a little bit more about the program in Napa. And, I'm coming up now around 85,000 gallons per day. So, right out of the gate, we're looking at a reduction of the flow of about 15,000 gallons, or roughly 15.6%. That's to put that into perspective, that's about the equivalent of 9 Olympic swimming pools a year. And in addition to that, we're I said repairing or replacing, but I think we're going to be doing a lot of replacing here based on the age of the infrastructure. We've started taking a look at the existing water and wastewater facilities. So we would obviously be bringing everything up to today's standards. I think it'll the modern systems are more energy efficient. They're typically a smaller footprint. We've been doing a lot of modular membrane bioreactor systems, which you know, the treatment buildings could essentially fit in a shipping container, and a lot of the tanks for aeration or EQ, those are underground, so you don't see very much of them. So when you see it, you know, it just looks like a couple small buildings and a generator, and you know, those buildings, they are shipping containers, but they're, you know, painted an earth tone color, or in some cases, we've even put facades on them to make them look like, you know, just an agricultural outbuilding. With that said, you know, there's I think a great opportunity here to take, you know, water and wastewater infrastructure that's in operation today and come in with a new program. Once we go to DOH, we're gonna need to, you know, fix all of this up to today's standards, and we'll also be exploring, we've done this in other projects, the beneficial reuse of the effluent. So in addition to potentially increasing, enhancing the quality of the effluent, we're looking into beneficial reuse options. We're working on projects now that we're going to use the effluent from the wastewater plant for irrigation, for toes washing, for, you know, washing machines, and, you know, other non-portable uses. So with that, I did want to just kind of pivot to the plans. I don't want to talk too long because we're really here to hear everybody here talk. I did bring the plans as a PDF format instead of the PowerPoint, so that we could zoom in if we want to get in there. I'm just not too handy with PowerPoint, and I always seem to fumble it when I try and zoom in on a map. So this here is, and I'm going to switch in a second to the next map that shows the proposed development, so I won't walk too far since I can't use the remote on this. But we took a look at the zoning, the existing zoning. We obviously don't want to go from you know, depart from what's in the zoning regulations and you know, reinvent the wheel with zoning. So we took a look at the resort use, which is an allowable use in the R5 zoning district, and also the conservation subdivision. So this has a few different colors on it. I think this map was included in the submissions that we made online as well. The big diagram she gave out. It's in the format of a bubble diagram. Was one of the key points I want to make here is that there's some flexibility to where these pieces get moved around still. So we, you know, haven't hardlined too much, and that I just want to get right to the next page here. So we've started to develop this conceptual master plan here, and it's Granite Road is right over here. I'm gonna grab the pointer with a little laser on it. That way I don't need to stand in front of the screen. There we go, perfect. So we've got Granite Road is right here, and the existing hotel is somewhere over here. It's right along Granite Road, so it's very visible from the road. And we what we're looking to do is get rid of this here, you know, clean up the front entrance and come more towards the middle of the site. And this is the center of, you know, what would be the resort area. We're looking to surround it, kind of revitalize the two existing lakes on the site, or ponds, and surround it with the agricultural uses and a small golf course use. There was an existing golf course here. It was an 18-hole golf course, and we're not looking to recreate that, but we are looking to have a 9-hole, much more compact golf experience available on the site, and we also have these open space areas, so. This big section of land over here, and the golf course, is also, an allowable use for the conservation area, for the cluster subdivision as well. So, these are presented here as, big chunks. What we do with the open space, they would need to be under the stewardship of an entity. It could, possibly be the homeowners association here, and we'd look to, to take good care of the land and make it an asset to the residents and to the resort goers as well. There's a lot to unpack here. I think the key points are, we wanted to give an overview of what the vision is. We're demonstrating now the kind of the form of the project that we would like to deliver. We are still flexible at this point, and we could still make changes that are substantial as we move forward with a project like this. Of course, it's a huge engineering lift to put together site plans, full thoughtful site plan set with grading plans, erosion control plans, and everything else that comes along with the application. So we wanted to give this early exposure to the planning board here so that we could take some time and hear everybody's thoughts on the project. We're really, coming out of the gate here, we want to start the collaborative process, and we want to kind of get those high level feedback. A lot of the things we have on here, I even know some of the numbers on these charts. We've been updating them as we made the PowerPoint and differ a little from what was on the first slide. So we're aware of those types of things, but we just want to say, it is like, the general scale of the project we're looking to deliver. It's, call it 60 to 100 cabins. It's, it's not 500, it's not 10. We just wanted to get it into context of what we're proposing to do. So there's a lot here, for sure. I have a couple of comments, and then I'd like to hear from the board. Some of them are mechanical. I'll get those out of the way first. You need to complete the application, and I know Courtney's been talking to you about a couple of things like the application fee, little things. You got to get all that done before we really begin to jump in seriously to the details. Again, this is just mechanical. We're going to need, for starters, $15,000 in escrow from you. It's unlikely that we're gonna do a neg deck. It's highly likely that it's gonna be a pause deck. And the way, and I would defer to Dave Church because he's very familiar with these, but the reason why I think a pause deck is more appropriate is because the initial stages of it anticipates lots of public input. Generally, projects, you don't get the public input until everything's been developed, and then you have a public hearing. In sorting out and scoping, we would look for lots of public input for a project of this size, concerns, things of that nature. And in any case, if you were to do all these studies, and I probably you counted 15 different studies. When you put them all together and we do the seeker determination, it's likely this board is going to pause deck it anyway. Because of the importance of getting the public input, the importance of linking everything together. So I know you said that pause decking something can last years. I don't want to see you for 2 or 3 years. We should get it all done, get an agreement as to what the public feels of this project up front, what the board is looking for from this project up front, and then go forward with the detailed analysis, the 15 whatever studies. So my preference is, or my sense is, this is a pause deck for sure. One of the ways of getting at it, one way or the other, is I need the FEAF. Ellie, you and I talked about short form versus the long form. You can't do a long form because you don't have a lot of details. Well, that's precisely the point. You need to develop conceptually, at least, the details for this board. You need to get us a long form.
Did you mention that this was a type 1 action?
I believe it is.
I think so, so you have to do a little.
Have to do a long form.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
So, so. Anyway, and I have lots of questions about the details, for example, and I'm picking out little things that just jumped out at me. There's gonna be an event, I don't know whether it's an event space or event pavilion, whatever, of 3,500 seats.
No,
What is that 3,548 stand for?
Which,
It's in the proposed water and sewer. What's the 30, is that the water usage?
oh, I might need your footage, I need to look at the,
Anyway, that kind of thing, just,
Thirty, then unit quantity, 3,548. So is that 3,000, is that 3,500 seats? First you gave 35,000 square feet, then you said unit seats.
Yeah.
So it looks like you're proposing a 3,000 seat,
I think that number is.
No,
right,
that-
Rick? Is that what you were picking
that's,
up?
it's,
no, definitely not a 3,000.
there's,
I mean,
that's more
3,000
seats than are in Bethel Woods.
Oh.
I think that, yeah, that's.
Okay, so you need
So my
to
water
clean,
demand just went.
but those are the kinds of details we're not gonna get to tonight, but it just jumped out at me. So we need the full seeker, we need escrow.
Rick,
We talked, if for full disclosure purposes,
I think you said 15,000 escrow. Did you mean 1,500
for
escrow?
15,000.
15,000.
Yeah. The application fee, I think, was about $1,500,
Okay.
but the escrow is for this, not this board, we're unpaid for the most part. But it's for Dave, it's for Dave, it's for CPL. Their review, which is our engineering firm, their review of all your material is gonna be long, complex. And that's for starters, quite frankly, from what I've seen, it's gonna be way more than that, but we need to have something to get started with. For full disclosure, thanks, Peter. For full disclosure purposes, myself, Greg Bolner, Dave Church, Peter, I think you were there, you had a run on a fire call. And Alyssa from the building department met with Ellie and with Mr. Laporta about a month and a half ago for almost 4 hours. And we went through a lot of the studies that would be necessary. We went through a lot of the concerns. So if the board would permit me, I'd just like to reflect on those things that we put on the table as concerns in no particular order. First, many different studies. And you mentioned some of them. The second thing was, and it came out towards the end of the meeting, was the residential component, the residential homes that we're proposing. And I'll just comment that we had a discussion about water and sewer in the context of multiple ownerships. The resort ownership, 100 private owners. Our code definition of a resort does not permit primary residences. So however you do this, presumably, unless you come up with some other awful way of doing it, you have more experience than I certainly do, Mr. Laporta, is an artful way perhaps of crafting this differently, but they can't be primary residences. And it can't be you pledging to me that you'll get something signed from the person that this is not their primary residence. That doesn't do it for me in terms of the code. But the other important piece of that bit of information is multiple ownerships of whatever sort and the resort. The water and the sewer, the sale of water and the purchasing of septic capacity or sewer capacity probably involves a transportation corporation in New York State. Now, probably it does. And a transportation corporation is a vehicle. I'm not a lawyer. We have one here. He'll correct me, but it's a vehicle to make sure that if the systems fail, that there's a backup entity that picks up the running of the system. The backup entity is generally defined, I think by law, it's defined as a municipality. And I can tell you, we don't have the ability to approve that. And question mark, is the town of Rochester going to want to be the backup to the water and sewer facility for this transportation corporation? So you need to deal with that. We did talk about it, so you're gonna need to deal with that reality. The other reality I just mentioned to you is that on the other side of Granite Road, we didn't talk about this at that point, but the other side of Granite Road, there's a proposed Verizon cell tower of 145 feet. You have that as one of the sites for the residential homes. And you may want to reconsider that. There's also wetlands on the other side. Extensive wetlands that have already been mapped somewhat by Verizon because they're close to where Verizon was proposing their cell tower. Then we talked about at the meeting, again, full disclosure, we talked about the need for housing, not just workforce housing, but affordable housing. And this is one of the sites that at one point in time had been talked about as a site for affordable housing. So that's in the context of these residential homes. So I get the sense that the residential piece of this property is going to pay for a portion of the whole project. This project we're talking about tens of millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars. Beautiful home built in this area could go for $800,000-900,000. Wonderful. This board is not looking for 113 $800,000 or $900,000 homes. We're looking for a variety of homes. We explained this that would support existing people as well as newcomers. 350, 300,000 to whatever. So you need to consider that in the context of what the town is doing in terms of its code with affordable housing for the town. Not just workforce housing for the staff, but affordable housing for the existing people as well as, other people in the greater census tract geography of Ulster County. So that was talked about also at that meeting. And we went in depth on a lot of the issues around traffic. We did talk about the conservation subdivision. So in any case, I'm going to stop. I wanted to make sure you guys knew that we spoke to them. And those are the major things that we talked about. And then I'll let the board not ask questions, but make comments, because if we ask questions, we could be here all night. But I know it'll be unavoidable to ask questions. Peter?
Just one correction. I think you said that the Verizon is one of the properties, but it's a separate property, as I know. So it goes around that property.
Yes, sorry, thank you.
So it doesn't.
It's not part of this project.
No, it's not part of it.
Or part of the property, right? A piece of your property goes around the apartments and it extends. The Verizon tower is being proposed to be next to the apartment building complex. So you should be aware of that. Hans?
I had the same question about the residential piece. Is this being developed by the applicant, or will these individual developments by owners do them? In other words, will they buy a residential plot or will they buy a ready-made?
So that's a good question.
To ask questions.
Are you selling lots or are you selling houses? Question mark. We don't need an answer right now, but you're going to need to tell us all about that. And I want to give everybody a chance to ask, at least make one comment or ask one thing. Helena, and then I'll come to this side.
No,
One.
all right, well, let's discuss since no one's discussed it, let's talk about the demo of the hotel. You're gonna need studies for that, for asbestos and lead. What are we gonna do with all the concrete? If you're gonna be doing concrete crushing on site to potentially use that for maybe your infrastructure and roads. There's gonna be noise studies involved with that, crushers, time periods, etc. That's just one comment, thank you.
I'll come back to you if we have time. And there's that brings up a really good point. Now that you have an application kind of sort of in front of us, we need the application fee. There's no work that can take place on the site that anticipates in any way what you would like to do and puts you and I in a position of, oops. All right, so for example, with the demolition of the building, that's going to be done in the context of this board's approval for the entire project. Thus, the reason for speed. Not 6 months, but not 3 years. So I just want you to understand, need to get in there to test the soils, to test for water, all that kind of stuff. I'm talking about putting in roadways, I'm talking about taking down buildings, filling pools, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just not permitted in the context. You can't do any of those major things or even minor things without the planning board knowing. We won't approve them more than likely. You just can't do them. So you, Chris, you understand that?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Jen,
sure. One
one
question. So for one comment,
comment.
big picture, I think it would really benefit us to understand the construction phasing and staging. Because this is large, I would imagine you're not gonna go build this all at once, that it's built in phase, that there's a phased approach. So understanding what those phases look like, what the scope is for each phase, and the construction associated with those phases is important for us to understand the project as a whole. Okay. And the schedule. So what's the time? Does this take 10 years to build out? Is it faster, slower?
Zorian, one.
I think
That's the one. Thank you.
from the very beginning, we need to decide, is that subdivision? So it's not resort, it's subdivision, so we need to basically establish our route, which way we consider that.
That's an excellent point. And I had it in my notes, but you.
Yeah.
So, given the fact that our definition of resort doesn't allow for primary residences. Clearly have your attorneys check into that. If you were to do primary residences. You need to go to back to the building department and get a determination of use around residential. You can have multiple uses on the same piece of property. It may or may not make things more complicated. I don't know. That's why you have an expert. It's also why you have lawyers. So I don't know whether that complicates things or not, but all I can tell you is you can't do the houses the way you were thinking of when you first came to us a month and a half ago, as you're gonna sell them to other people and blah, 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 blah. Not gonna fly. Ain't in the dictionary. You gotta come up with something else. And to extend on the comment about the kinds of, and the price points, single family, townhouses, apartments. I mean, there's all sorts of different types of residences that might be appropriate for what you're trying to accomplish here. What I hope we don't have here is a residential project posing as a resort. That again, it's a resort project, which you clearly have stated that in your betting your reputation on that, that has a component that includes cabins and some sort of residential component for question mark, not primary residents, but long-term renters, long-term residents of some sort that's not their primary residence. So I'll let you sort that out. And I don't know, I don't ski. I've been to a ski resort. Maybe there's some comparisons to what they do for ski resorts in this context. So Dave.
Yeah, I'm gonna sound like a broken record. I think the hospitality concept is really interesting because it's nod to agriculture in this area, and also it's in sympathy to ecologically to the area, low impact and so on. So I think that's really interesting. But I also feel like, I guess like others, we kind of buried the lead, and then we got a lot of color around the hospitality aspect. But there's the residential piece is a lot. So we need to understand what that is, what the character is, what the intention is, what the price point is, all those things. Obviously, our community has a real need for housing at different levels. And the sort of housing that you're proposing on this site is going to be super important for us to understand, especially when we look at the conservation easement as we were trading off for housing. And the other thing I'd say, in terms of color and the nature of housing, we have a lot of subdivisions in this area where farmers subdivided their farming land in the 60s and 70s, and we got very cookie cutter kind of residential subdivisions. So once again, we'd be looking at what is the character of that that's in sympathies to the sorts of concepts that you're talking about with regard to the hospitality component of this development.
And remember, this is a 5 acre zoning area, so if we did strict math and said you want to build residential, you could only get 100 homes, but clearly you can't because you'd need 5 acres. So using the conservation subdivision gives you a lot of flexibility, but it also gives, we're both in the driver's seat in terms of the form of the residential, given that you're asking for a conservation subdivision with bonuses. I noted that you added the bonus factor where if you have more than 50% of the property that's going to be conserved, you get a bonus, and I forget the percentage bonus, but you asked for the bonus too. Fine, but just realize that we're kind of both driving this bus when it comes to what you can do under the conservation subdivision. You would be able to do a lot, you would only be able to do a lot less if we said, well, I want them all on 5 acres. Okay. Figure out what's wet, what's wetlands, what's going to be what the footprint is for everything else, the cabins, blah, 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 whatever you're left with, divide that by 5, and that's how many houses you can put on. It's a lot less than the 113, I think.
I'd be interested if there are projects, developments that are a combination of residential and hospitality that you think are good examples that you're modeling this after. That's a really good way to kind of communicate to us as a board about your intentions, and obviously it was very seldom there's a direct example. But I imagine in your design process, you're looking at other concepts. That'd be really useful for us to kind of have a better understanding about what you're perceived there. This.
Dave Church.
I will just answering that question. You've already referenced Farmwood Fields in the town of Crawford as a model. Is that still true?
I'm not familiar with that one.
It's the one with your friend with the former snack food company, and
Oh, yeah.
is that what it's called still?
I'm
You may have changed the name.
not,
Steve.
yeah. But I'm not, that one, but they never, I don't think they ever built anything. So it doesn't, the farm was there, but nothing.
Okay, so whatever examples you can give us would be helpful.
My
Just
question
mention-
is on the when we met, we talked, it's package is currently 4 parcels, so do you envision doing a set of lot line adjustments to match elements of the project still, or are you still thinking that through?
We're still thinking that through. We need to see how the, final layout that we want to move forward with works out and decide if it's appropriate to do lot line or subdivisions.
I think that's a good idea because one lot is only 1 acre, another one's 18 acres, and then the remainder are like 130 something and 250 acres. So you probably, you guys let us know, but we're not considering that when you tell us you want a lot line and why it makes sense to do a lot line changes to eliminate all the lot lines, we need a why. Just to make sure that we don't wind up having to undo that at some point because of some other reason. Thanks, Dave. Dave Gordon?
Yeah, just to clarify, the residential. You're gonna have 113 essentially detached homes, right?
That's what they're proposing.
And you're looking at the very first one, it's a change to 55.
I think that was in the cabins.
Oh, no.
In the zoning approach to the conservation subdivision, if we receive the 25% bonus.
That's just a number here. I'm really interested in the item above it, which is 50 staff housing units. What are those physically?
Likely, like that, this apartments or some sort of staff housing building.
So you're gonna build an apartment building for your staff with 50 units?
Yeah.
Okay. That needs to be dealt with somehow in terms of are you calling that part of the resort
Yeah.
as opposed to part of the housing?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have to see
No,
how that
we
fits into the definitions.
Small versions.
Yeah, make sure you don't read the very first narratives.
No,
Well, for people don't know, there's a table here where they've
The
said,
small version doesn't have these some tables that the big format
The
ones.
big
do.
format has table under proposed water and sewer demand.
right, that.
So
Yeah,
he didn't have enough copies of the big one, so another one has it, Rick.
Oh, okay.
David, but David Gordon, you're probably reading the very first narrative where it was a kind of eating houses. I'm reading. This one, that's today. The table. It says,
Says
second to
113
the bottom, it says, no, it says 113 farm residential, it says 50 staff houses.
and then 55 cabins.
Right, but the cabins, I think I understand what they are, but farm residential, 113 detached houses, and you're saying there's 50. Basically an apartment building or building with 50 units. Right?
Right.
So. Do we have a, do I get more than one?
No.
Before we do it.
Now, go ahead. Is it,
I do want to say that these are, you know, plug numbers that are for like, is it 50, is it 48? These were numbers to generate water and sewer demand to get us in the ballpark.
Well, that's great, but it's the single most important thing, I would think, is just a physical understanding of what we're talking about. And that's almost, I mean, that's 50% as many homes as your residential units, so it is substantially the number of dwelling units, as far as I can see. Do you have a sense for how many bedrooms are gonna be in each one? And also, I guess more broadly, do we know what the physical build out is gonna be on the resort? Like, what are the buildings gonna be? How big, how many, where they? Right, you're taking down a hotel and you're putting in a bunch of cabins and some new buildings, at least one of which and more is gonna be these apartments. So do we know what you're planning physically for the resort?
well, that's gonna be necessary. Like, how big
Yeah.
are these things? Right?
Yeah. Do you want me to answer now, or? Do you want me to answer? Or?
Go ahead.
You can.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna circle back on some other things, so, in terms of the residential. The residential is not the main, driving force behind this. The main driving force behind this is the resort. It's
Okay.
I mean, that's why we're doing it, the residential is likely going to come even after the resort. Not likely not before the resort is built. So that's number one, and a big part of the residential was more is that somebody may come to the resort, stay and be like, wow, I really enjoy life up here. I would also like to live up here, and they have an option, there is an option, but it's definitely something that's not in the immediate future of like. You know,
Okay, so you have a lot of thinking to do, because I mentioned before, and I could be
Yeah.
wrong, talk to your lawyer. But the definition of resort doesn't allow, in the scenario you're portraying, oh, I'd like to buy this place. It
Yeah.
doesn't allow primary residences.
so the residential and the resort, meaning the residential is not resort, like that, it is residential. And that's what the R5 zoning allows for residential, the.
I think what you're saying, you're probably saying, again, you need some advice besides me. You're probably saying you're looking for multiple uses on this property. And one of the uses is resort, the other use is residential.
Correct.
If that's what you're saying, think it through. And certainly talk to us, but not tonight.
Right.
Then you're gonna need to go back to potentially to the CEO and get an additional use added to the determination. And then that's a different can of worms as far as how this board looks at it.
Well, it's actually easier. Are you applying for a conservation subdivision? Is that part of the application?
That's for the residential side, that's part of
But
the idea.
they're putting in, we're gonna be looking at a conservation subdivision application.
Which is residential by definition.
That's what we're gonna be seeing, so that's
So you more than likely need that use.
physically, that's what we're gonna be seeing.
Yeah.
Whether they're building it front end or back end or whatever, they're gonna be subdividing it now.
Okay, I'm gonna,
So I want, what were you gonna answer?
you've had two.
No, he was gonna answer my question,
Oh,
like what the 50 units was
I
gonna
don't
look
think-
like?
Yeah, it's small cabins, 500 to 1,000 square foot cabin.
No, it's staff housing.
Oh, it's probably gonna be a small building. Yeah.
And among other buildings for the resort.
Yeah, it's gonna be, clustered with the resort.
all right, so I'm gonna stop right here. One of the challenges that you have lots of challenges in terms of starting to flesh this out. I've got to think and talk to a few of you and talk to Dave and Dave. I think a project like this could take up just one meeting. 3-4 hours going at it. So we've got to decide how we accomplish that. All right, similar to the meeting, the smaller meeting that we had. I prefer with this kind of a project not to have a bunch of small meetings out of the side of the public and the rest of the board. I want the whole board to be involved. And your next steps, I'm not sure what they are. You have a lot to talk about. You have a lot to investigate. You need to sit on my comment about pause deck and how we go about that. I don't see the usefulness of letting you do a whole bunch of studies only for us to say, well, that's nice. But now you got to go back and do them for whatever reason, because something is pointed out during the public hearing. I think you will want the input up front from the public when we do the scoping document for the pause deck. But I have two experts here, and we do have members of the DEC here, or past members of the DEC and the DEP and architects here who have done these kind of things. So I'm going to be leaning on them for advice on pause deck or not. But I'm not making any decision now. It's a board decision, and we'll talk to you all about it. So I think I really appreciate you coming. I hope you haven't been put off. We're excited. I think we're all excited about the possibility of getting rid of that building.
I applaud your ambition on this. It's good. Maybe be something to see something nice there.
I appreciate that.
If it's a question, no. You got a nice comment to make?
Just make a suggestion.
Go ahead.
Can they subdivide it? One piece of property is residential, another piece of property is resort.
Yeah.
You go to resort, you like it, you buy the.
I think that's what
Yeah,
we've been kicking around. The answer to that is yes. Yes, that's up to them to come back to us and say, here's what we think works best. Keeping in mind, enough said.
Wait,
Go ahead.
what is the name of the development that was recently approved in the town of Marlborough?
It's called Micro Resort. And it's gonna have a name eventually.
And where is it located?
Off of Latin Town Road.
Latin Town, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just mentioning a project that, we got approved recently, that has nothing to do with this project. We're not-
No, but it's an example of something.
It's a benchmark.
It's just
No,
a benchmark
No, it's not exact, they're not similar.
at all.
No, it's just, meaning they're both resort, but very different style. Like, I wouldn't use that as an example of like what this might look like.
Okay,
Okay.
so we'll investigate it and we'll talk more
I'll
about that.
send some examples.
There are two things I want to remind you about. I need that application to be completed.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you need help with that, Courtney's here to help. And I also need everything you gave us tonight. This material on the large venue sheets. I need that in a PDF form. We have the PowerPoint present. Well, this is the PowerPoint presentation. So I need this in this format on PDF. Dave, anything else we need initially that you can think of?
Part of the application form for it.
Oh, in the log form.
Yeah.
But we already talked about that over the phone. So there's really three things.
Do we have to vote on escrow?
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to request the $15,000 in escrow.
I'll make a motion.
Jen makes the motion. Second,
Second.
I have 6 people here. So I'll take a vote. All those in favor of $15,000 escrow? Anybody opposed? And Zorian missed the vote, so 6-1. Absence, 6 ayes and 1 absent. Thank you, Jennifer. All right, guys, thank you again for coming. We're excited about
Thank you.
your project. I know you're excited about it, but we want to work with you. We got a lot of work to do.
Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a 5 or 10 minute break while they break down the material. And Helene, would you turn the lights back on? Oh, I think Mike Police has got it. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
So.
So, well, definitely not, well, this may.
Hey, Rick.
And the next project is Pine Grove, so they would set up, yes.
He's with the Schwangos Journal. You want to know if any of the documents were in her form? I don't know. I mean, I can pass up.
Is essentially what they just went through.
Are there any minutes from the earlier one?
Yeah.
Regarding this project.
Like that.
This is today's agenda. Any of these documents, if you go to our town website, you can see any of our agenda minutes on the website. I can show you quick if you want to see. Yeah.
Well.
If you go to our site and then we have our planning board portal. And then on here, if you click meetings, you can see all of our agendas and meetings.
And the second thing is you're jumping up from the planning board.
So if you want.
Yeah. Why are those units visible?
Yeah, so, you know, I know there's no meeting, the board of this one.
Tonight, you gotta set it up.
Very skeptical. That's a step family personal. And don't let them spend it. That's what I think.
So if you want to schedule a thing, you might know where it is. And then if it's not something that's consistent and not needed by. Then sometimes they do this,
That's.
I think it was added. Yeah,
So, all this stick with one to stay. You know, like. We're here on the- It's a stick.
It's totally also forget. Added, because I was a lot bit before.
In general, I mean, yeah.
I mean, part of the learning curve, because we, but also is how to find people.
Yeah. Rick made a table of all of the right. And I put. But I just. I'm very
I wanna know that. Oh, sure. The only issue was. It's a high level presentation. You can bang them over the head with detail. But it was great, the whole thing tonight was, high level. high level presentation. They don't even have an application.
You said you just did an email.
No,
Oh.
no, I just, I looked for it tonight.
I was gonna say, sometimes if you get them in an email and you click on the link that way, it brings you right to it. That's why I was looking in mine to see if I found one.
And it's not designed for environmental features. Right.
It did, yes, it's the name.
I don't know, it's just the third time I've heard the same thing. Other than the color graph, that's the church much, it's too long. To me, it's not ready for prime time. It's just not. It's hard to. It's hard to figure out what to do next. This is what, this is.
Yes,
This is.
Yeah.
This I can build a wall.
Okay, let's go back to one of the next project on the agenda, is, Pine Grove. I'm gonna pause for just a second. There's a reason why I'm not a lawyer and Dave, I believe Gordon is a lawyer. So you reminded me of something that I knew. Right, did I say that right? Why I'm not the lawyer, that you're the lawyer?
Keep going. Confirm you're a lawyer.
When I was talking about Paz Deck, and I'll let him comment here. One of the qualifications to do it, Paz Deck, is your first thing that you have to have a long form in order to see what the hell the impacts are. And then at least one of those items, environmental items is of a significant and major effect, and will have a significant or major effect on the environment. Not that we want comment from the public. As part of the Paz Deck process, you do a series of scoping sessions. And part of that is to invite input from the public, which is, I think, good to get that up front. But Dave is absolutely correct, as a lawyer, but why don't you comment more?
Well, I just advise Rick, when we get to the question of a declaration of significance, whether we're speaking in advance as Rick was doing or later on, we don't do pause decks because of, as a mechanism to get input from the public. Presumably we'll be getting input from the public anyway. A positive declaration under the regulations requires a finding of at least one potentially significant adverse environmental impact. And typically that would come as a result of the studies that come in and the analyses that our people do. In this case, Rick was speculating that we'd probably get there anyway. That may have been getting out in front of where the board would be in a couple of situations, in a couple of ways. So I'm surprised that that's a decision we're making down the road, but clearly this is something that's big enough that that we can't, it would be irresponsible in some ways, not for the applicant not to be aware that this has a substantial possibility of getting a positive declaration. And in fact, the applicant referred to a kind of a similar project that was neg deck. I think that was in the town of Marlborough. What they didn't say is that there was another project that was pause deck that the engineer worked on that was in the town of Saugerties. One's a little bigger, one's a little smaller, but
The one in Saugerties, is that the one on the freeway?
it's called Winston Farm.
Winston Farms, right? Right.
So
Okay.
okay, pause deck is something we'll get to down the road. Right now, they have to put together an application and frankly, something close to a site plan that tells us where the buildings are, how many there are, which is what I was driving at with the 50, 50 units for workforce housing. It sounds minimal compared to the rest of it, but it's not the sort of thing that we typically slip in as an afterthought.
Yeah. Okay, Pine Grove. Hi, Mike.
Mike Foley, the engineer. Yeah.
And Joel, how are you, Joel?
Great.
So what I'm anticipating, what I was anticipating tonight is that you're going to go through with us or to deliver to us an answer to my letter that I sent to Moshe concerning all the outstanding items. So it was a combination of comments from public hearings, from public comments, letters written to us, comments from the board. So I highlighted each of those comments, and then I redlined next to it what I believe to be the way the board and the applicant spoke about these things, and in 90% of the cases, I think we're in agreement. I just wanted to see a document back from you all regarding that. So if you don't have that tonight, and obviously you don't because I didn't get it yet, so I need that document soon so I can distribute it to the board. And if there's any areas where you disagree with what I believe we posited over the last couple of weeks, then we need to get to that. But there are two major items that were in that document that we could talk about tonight, or not. We can leave it for the next meeting, but we have to get to it. And it had to do with the size of the building and the architecture of the building. The second item, well, that's the first item, A and B. The second item were the comments from the Ulster County Planning Board, which are only preliminary. I think you have it. I sent it to Moshe and I think to Isaac, and I think I gave a copy to you also.
I received that email.
Sorry?
We received an email with the.
Okay, so it's just an email. The board has it. It's in your package. I hope. Yes, it's in the package on page 41. Page 37 through 40 contains my letter to the applicant with all my red line comments. And then page 41 of that document is the draft from Rob Leibowitz of the Ulster County Planning Board, where they went through the Ulster County, what Ulster County Planning Board is looking for. So Mike, you probably know how this works. There's what, 8 comments here, 9 comments. I'll run through them and give you my thoughts about them. The board, I'm sure, will have thoughts as well. But this is like, do you agree with this or not? If not, why not? And do we agree with you? So it's back and forth. Again, most of these are known to us, I believe, and I'll agree to them. There are a few new ones that were a little bit surprising to me, so we can talk about those. So I'm going to start with this. And I don't know if anybody else is cold, but should we close the door? Is it just me? I don't want anybody's teeth chattering. All right, so the first item from the county. Well, let me ask you this, Mike. Have you read this? Do you agree with them all? Do you not agree with them?
I just briefly read them. I got them later today. Sorry about that, but I really just didn't take a hard look at any one of them.
All right.
Anything we may disagree with, of course, we'll disagree with in writing.
All right, so
Anything we agree with, we'll agree with in writing as well.
So why don't we just, the applicant hasn't, in fairness, that they may not be ready to agree or disagree. The board's seen these. So I'm not gonna go through these. They're here, they're self-evident.
Right.
And so this, I need a response from you. I need a response to the other letter that I sent, I don't know, about 6 or 7 days ago. 5, 6, 7 days ago. I need a response to that. So the elephant on the table is the size of the structure.
Oh, that's understood.
So the combination of the input from the Historical Preservation Society, as well as comments from the public, as well as where the board, members of the board, I believe, are coming out, is that this building is too big at 50,000 square feet. So the applicant and I had a brief discussion about what would be acceptable, and I don't want to say what would be acceptable because it's not for me to say, it's for you all to come back and make suggestions. What I'm thinking, however, is, and we do have architects and an architect on the board, he may have some comments too. What I'm thinking is the footprint is just as too big, so it's at 21,000 feet, I believe is what the footprint is, give or take a few feet here or there. It's too big. The uses, if you remember when we began this process, the uses, you did not define at first light the uses for the basement except mechanicals, the obvious, nor the uses on that half a floor upstairs, the 10,000 square feet. We asked you to come back with some uses, you did, and the uses, you find they're valid uses, they're within the context of a building like this, but they seem to me, quite frankly, to be a bit of a stretch and a bit of a, you know, throw something against the wall and see if it'll stick. So my thought is in the basement could likely be decreased by half. So your footprint gets decreased in some fashion, half, 30%, 25%, whatever. It means you don't have to build a basement of that size and pour cement, and you could have the first floor on half a basement and then a footprint, a ground footprint of some sort, which has been decreased in size. What's the absolute maximum amount of space that you need on the first floor for the dining room and the dual kitchen, both the kosher kitchen and a regular kitchen? What do you really need there in order to, because that's going to be part of that footprint, that new footprint perhaps. And then the upstairs was a combination of 10,000 square feet for office building. Do you need that? And then the other piece, I understand it's an atrium, so that a portion of the dining facility enjoys this huge ceiling that goes up to the sky. And as I understood it, it's going to be a skylight effect. Is that correct?
I'm not sure about the skylight. But
Okay.
it was a very high ceiling.
All right, so a high ceiling. So there's some thoughts, but we need it to be skinnied up. What's a number? 15,000 square feet, perhaps?
Ultimately, that's whatever the applicant and the board can agree to. The applicant was hoping that we could do a workshop meeting, sit down with the applicant, sit down with the board, everyone of the board. This way, everybody has their input. To look at both the facade and the footprint of the building for the size. That's another reason.
The board, I mean, what we've missed in this whole process is a real understanding of why the building is as big as it's big. The piece that's missing, I mean, from a designer's point of view, is to understand, we need to seat 500 people, I think.
Approximately, yes.
At once. And so, as a design process, normally you'd say, okay, you either allocate a square footage to that use, or you do a layout of tables and then, ante rooms and, the kitchen is obviously going to be a very importantly planned out aspect of this project. So that would drive the square footage, right, for this building, that design process. And we haven't seen any of that in order to understand why this building is as big as it is.
But
That would help us.
Right now, the building conforms to all the zoning requirements, all the FAR requirements for the site and things, so the building is compliant with what the regulations are. The scaling down of this building, I believe the applicant would like that to be a mutually agreeable thing. That's something that the board will support and something that his board, because ultimately Moshe has a board of directors or whatever that need to approve this as well. That's why we would like to just see if we could have a workshop meeting to try and work
We
through
could do
the
that.
issues, as the applicant has done before with the board. I know they've gone over colors and stuff like that. They've had multiple site visits.
So I just want to comment on you in full compliance. Yeah, no.
Well, now with the.
Because, there are other portions of this review. The historical preservation group very nicely and very artfully suggested that it didn't match the neighborhood in terms of its size or even its architecture. They were very nice about it. But that's essentially, if you read it again, it's essentially what they said. In addition to that, section 140-20, which is in the commercial, this is a commercial building, is part of the commercial standards in the zoning code, has any number of sections in it that talks about consistency with the other buildings in the area, right? So we're not asking you to, and I can, at the workshop, just to reassure you that we understand that 50,000 square feet is not against some code, but the size and relative to where it's being built is not consistent with what the Historical Society found or what 140-20 suggests. So I want to go through that with you in order to hopefully convince you that we need to skinny this thing up in order to have the board be able to give this a green light in some fashion. So I do like the idea of doing a workshop. I think it's important that the whole board be there, which does mean, and I was sort of anticipating that the meeting of the 29th, we're probably only going to have 2 projects on the agenda. It would be this one and Verizon. And we haven't gotten to Verizon tonight, but there's reasons why we need a lot of time with Verizon. So I think in that context, we might be able to, and certainly before that, we would have discussions with you, perhaps with Dave Roberts, perhaps with a smaller group of board members, that we could talk about what's reasonable, how do we get this fixed? But I want to come back to this whole board and have this discussion again, based upon a smaller group, have the discussion again in the public, so that everybody hears what we're doing. So I think, and the earliest time that we would do that is September 29th. All right, that gives us 3 weeks between now and then that we can work on kind of flesh out the details, make the sausage, if you would, and then continue to make the sausage at the meeting of the 29th with the whole board and the public here.
That's fine,
That sound good?
that's fine, no.
All right,
But I understand that changes the SWIP, which is 1 and 2, though, right? If we're gonna change the building, now we prepared a SWIP, we were ready to submit it. The thing is now that changes the whole concept of the SWIP.
well, the calculations would change, so you plug them in and you just hit tilt and the computer gives you a different number.
I hope so.
So, come on,
Yes.
I've never done a SWIP, but okay. We need the answers to my letter from about a week ago. We need the answers to what the county has said within the next week. So at least we know if we have any other issues we have to deal with on the 29th.
I have your letter, I just got the
Good.
information from the county.
And we're expecting, I thought I'd get the county letter today. We didn't. I'm expecting it tomorrow. I'll get it to you.
That's fine, and then we'll respond to that, and then by the end of the week, probably, if not Monday, the next week, and then we'll press forward with our workshop to work out any commercial issues with the building.
Okay, the board comments?
No, is there anything else that, Mike, you wanted to, any other just?
Well, no, once again, the 50,000 square feet is on the total floor. I'm a civil guy, right? We work on footprints. Floors mean nothing to me, right? So, I believe it's around 22, almost 23,000 square feet of footprint. And we'll have to see what the applicant believes it'd be usable for him. Because, they're only gonna do this once with this kitchen and dining hall. So they want to make it as grand as they could to face it. They're in a business as well, right? With the camps and that stuff. They need something that people are gonna want to go to. It's something people are gonna want to come back to. It's like any business, like the one before us, right? They want to make a feature that is an attraction for their demographic, right? So that's probably leading to the size of the building. As far as how much square footage each diner needs, that's an architectural question. I wouldn't know that. So.
And just as an aside, what is it for a dining facility, Dave? Do you know off the top of your head as an architect? Square footage per person?
I was once told 15.
Yeah, 15 is better, right? I
15
mean, if you get
square
into fine dining.
So I can't
15,
multiply
20,
easily by 15. I can multiply by 20. So 20 times 500 is 10,000.
Yes.
And it's 22,000. Now, you got the kitchen,
Well, you got the kitchen. No, I understand it.
but anyway, okay,
That's what I'm
thanks, Dave.
saying. We need to just discuss it with the board. And the best way to resolve it is that workshop.
Okay, so I just want to reassure the public that all the other items that have come forward from the public and includes things like the bus traffic at certain times of the day and certain times of the year, the noise at various hours, which I think has been dealt with already by Moshe, but the lighting, the water flow, off the hill there. A whole host of things that have been mentioned by the public at the public hearings. All of those are in that letter that I sent to the applicant. And it's public knowledge if anybody wants to foil it. So it's there, and I'm pretty sure, because I had a few board members make sure that I captured them all, so all the things that have been brought forward are in that letter. Something as mundane as just the way that the organization of the Dempsey dumpsters where all the garbage is dumped. There's a new process in Ulster County for handling recycling and wet garbage and all that, so you're gonna have to comply with that. So I just want to reassure the public that it's all there and we're not avoiding it or forgetting about it.
I just have one question, Mike. The use of this facility, is it strictly for people on site or are people gonna be coming from off site to use it?
What I've been told it's for on-site use.
On site, so no,
It's not,
From
there's
not-
no off-site, it's not a banquet hall
no,
whatever, it's not for that type of facility.
okay, but so that there's, because I know people have told me anecdotally that there's a lot of foot traffic back and forth up the road. Would it be used by the other camp or anything like that?
Not that I've been told, no,
Okay,
no, because you gotta remember, then you'd have an increase in cars.
well, walking,
No, if they use it, let's say on a, whatever, they went there on a Wednesday night, you
Yeah.
have a very increased use in automobiles or whatever on that night. It's not meant for outside, it's meant for camp use only.
yeah, I'm just, people have told me anecdotally, I don't live on that side of town, but people have told me anecdotally that there's a lot of foot traffic between the two camps or the camp.
The camp itself is a gated facility,
Yeah, I understand, yeah,
and the gates, as far as I've ever seen, are typically always closed.
okay,
I've never seen them open. I know when we did our site visit, they actually had to open a gate for us to get in. Greg was there, Elena was there, and everything that I know of is shut and locked. So I don't see how foot traffic would enter without. And typically, as far as I've seen, I believe it's young men that I see mostly walking up and down the road. This is a girls' facility.
okay.
Is the other camp down the road at 150 Church House?
350.
Is that ladies or men?
You know, I don't know.
I believe it's a boys' camp.
It's a boys' camp.
350 down the road. That's the boys' camp. This is the girls' camp, right? It's supposed to be, it's also girls.
So, okay. Okay. Dave?
Just noting, I'm glad you're waiting for the county memo, because I've experienced the summary of what's gonna go into the memo from the staff is not always matched to what the letter actually says when you get it. But I do want clarification. The first item up here talks about curb cut design and a staircase to the county route. But my impression is they're talking about Cherry Town, which is a town road.
Yeah, they may be mistaken in that. There's a staircase that's in the middle of the.
It says literally to staircase down to the county route.
Yeah,
Should
it's
be
not a county,
removed.
it's not a county route.
It's a town road.
Town road. So that's incorrect.
So I just caution you, you might want to avoid getting an incorrect mandatory comment from.
We'll take whatever they get, and then when we respond, we'll tell them.
We'll respond for you. We'll just simply state that it's common noted, however, it's a. town
There
road.
is a staircase there, and probably makes sense to get rid of it. I don't know how then people get across that road safely.
They're also gonna recommend standards coordinated with county DPW, but it's not a county route.
That's the one that, in my mind,
We'll just have to override.
I'm not sure I know entirely what they're talking about. We may have to go back to them and ask for clarification.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody else? Zorian?
Yeah, I wanna go back to those comments of the save board, want the clients to come back and make everything attractive for clients, but the board also should consider interest of the community is coming from. And that our board actually will, is concerning about it. It's interest of community where the facility comes in. So should be two-way respect.
Well, I think you're right. I think it goes both ways. What are the needs of this community? And then how does that integrate with the existing community? One of the ad hoc discussions I've had with the applicant is the building is too stark. That's the best word I could use. You could almost call it, not in a negative way, but it's brutal architecture, right? Is there some way that it can be softened? By the use of roof lines, and they did some already with bumping out, if you remember. Dave was very much involved in, well, but maybe there's more that can be done. I think one of the drawbacks for all of us is that the colors that have been in some of the renditions are not true to, or whatever the printing is, they're not true. The color is gonna match the color of the building that we've seen when we visited it. The one that has the mikveh in it. So that's not white, and it shows white on the renderings, so that's not helping any either. But there's ways, I think, of changing the windows, not making them look as if they're 30 feet long. They're not really, but the way that it appears to be all window. It's window-like structure with brick behind it. Is there some way of breaking that up with real windows instead of these huge 35-foot window?
Yeah.
So I agree with you. We have
To hide the air conditioners, you saw the specs, it's a huge boxes.
say that again.
To hide the air conditioners, they're gonna be on the roof.
We had a discussion about that too. I mean, there's ways of doing that if they were to fix the roof line. You could have a mansard roof, which also provides some shielding or some buffering. And that would be better than just putting fencing up there, which doesn't do anything to cut down the noise. The air conditioning units, they get placed on the ground, but not viewable from the roadway. So there's all sorts of things of that sort, and that's in my memo to them. Saying this might be a problem, just assuming they're going on the roof without some way of buffering the noise coming from them. So. Yep. Anybody else? All right, so more to come on this when we can count on this being on the agenda for the 29th. And before that, a smaller group meeting to come up with what the square footage is. Okay, Mike, you good?
That's it, very good.
Joel, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next project. They can find dwellings. Just wait for the all the other people to leave here. Okay, dignified dwellings is back. The last time they were in front of the board was back in January. I think that's when it was. There is a map, a new map that was prepared by Nadine from Peak Engineering, or maps actually. And Nadine, so a couple of things. I have some comments, but I'm gonna wait to listen to you make the presentation first. I'd like to hear that. And then we'll get into my comments. I had told you that we were gonna get this to both Greg Bolner and to Dave Church in order for them to come back with their take on the new map and the proposal. Greg was not able to finish his because he's been on vacation. Although he has one of his associates here, so we're not gonna get that till next week. And Dave has worked on a draft, and I got that over the weekend. But that also is not ready for prime time until I go through it, share it with the board. As soon as it's ready, Wednesday, Thursday, I'll get it back to you also. I can't hear you.
I believe that you said we were gonna send this to CPL because there's nothing technical to review at this point. This presentation is basically for the conservation subdivision. that was asked, so. I definitely want to go through the whole, and I'll make this already.
I'll explain to you why I was giving it. I wasn't sure that I quite understood what you said, but the reason I gave it a CPL was to see were there any changes made in the new map with respect to the grading and all of that. And I'm still waiting for,
We had said there wasn't.
all right, so I'm waiting for them to confirm that.
Okay, well, I mean, if they haven't done their review yet, maybe we can put a pause on that so we don't get billed for it, because I have to.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a letter here from Greg Molnar.
You have it?
He did prepare.
Did I see it?
I don't know if you saw it or.
I didn't see it, so it ain't,
Provided to, in preparation for.
not until I see it, not until I go through it and the board sees it. Okay. And then Dave, is working on his and we'll have it done by the middle of the week. So there's 2 reviews that were done.
Okay.
And I mentioned that to you in the letter right after you sent it to me, and I'll be giving it to both of our,
No, you actually said that we're not going to give it to Greg Holder.
well, if I did, then I'll have to go back and check, but he got it.
Yeah, because there were no changes to the vote at
Okay.
all. All right,
So we have Brazorian just to
Yeah,
sure,
save a little long-term time,
with that,
save a little time, long-term.
I feel like we're so far away at this, like.
Okay, go ahead, whenever you're
Okay,
ready.
so this submission addresses the comments and the discussion from January. The 2 primary issues, obviously the new wetland laws and the wetland jurisdiction determination, which we provided. The DEC was on site, provided their comments. All the wetlands that were part of the existing natural conditions from the original submission have been confirmed to be the same. The Army Corps wetlands that are listed as Army Corps are the same. The DEC wetlands that were flagged, delineated originally, the DEC still has jurisdictions. So none of that information has changed, and we did receive the jurisdiction and submitted that to the board. That was also uploaded to the planning portal. Did everybody see that? Okay. We were saying anything. All right, the second thing was the conservation subdivision layout option. So that was provided, 2 sheets that we provided was an update to the existing natural features, and the sheet 2 was the proposed conservation layout. So to change the existing features, well, the items basically that we know on site, we talked about in the EAF, but following the conservation subdivision design guidelines, the 4-step process, they've been listed and quantified on the natural conditions plan. We provided that same list in our cover letter. So we would like to go over these items with the board, point them out, discuss them, make sure that we're all on the same page of what's primary and what's secondary in accordance with the code. And the other steps we outlined in our cover letter, the way they were followed to lay out this plan. So I don't know if everybody has a hard copy to look at, or
They have hard copies,
letter.
I've had it for a while. I just want to clarify on to what you said. On August 19th, I sent you a note where I said I'll have our engineer and planner do a detailed review. That was on 8/19, and then on 8/20, Rick, good morning, this is from you. Thank you for circulating the information to the engineer and the planner. So I did tell you that it was going to the engineer.
Very good.
Now, so what do you want to do now? You want to go through the detailed memo with all of the measurements and all of the,
Yeah, I want to go over what is the primary conservation areas, what are the secondary conservation areas, to really outline what, how the layout has been determined, what is proposed to be conserved, what is proposed to be constructed on.
okay, has the board gone through what was sent on Unicolab? Dave?
I couldn't find it.
There's things I can't find.
There's 2 pages of files.
So I had found a letter with the JD from DEC.
But the,
I
Right.
found the cover, I don't know if it was an email summarizing that. These drawings, the revised long form EAF. Right, that was submitted, right, you resubmitted that?
what was the date?
I don't think you.
No, there's been no changes to the EAF. I think what happened was. There's been a lot of the previous documents uploaded, like the file
Maybe that
3 was
happened.
uploaded by the zone office.
Okay.
Yeah, the only things that, there are 3 things you should have. It's the maps. It's the cover memo from Nadine. And it was a letter from the DEC.
But,
Okay.
and the date, when we talk about the letters from the DEC, I think that was from 2024 or 23.
No.
There's one.
Yes.
I have not seen the recent one, so I'm.
Let me give you the
There's an
dates of what,
email.
let me give you the dates of what you received. The letter from Nadine was dated August 14th. The material from the DEC that you received, it's in an email dated July 7th from Paige Lewandowski. And then the maps, of course, are the maps in front of you.
Okay.
All right,
There's also a letter from Paige, that's July 7th.
yes,
Yeah, there's actually a letter of positive jurisdiction as well.
included in that letter from Paige Lewandowski.
In addition to the email.
There's the letter and the email, because the letter,
I see it, yep.
talks about the wetland that they have jurisdiction over, but it didn't clarify, and she had previously sent the email with the table that, it was saying, this is all good, so it was important to include the email, the table as well.
Okay. And and just one more, and then we'll let you go. I know that this is the, one of the applicants.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
Jeremy Butts, yeah.
I don't know, I recognize your face, but I don't know.
Oh,
who
right,
you
I'm
are.
sorry, I'm Dan Leary, with the law firm of Berlandi, Nussbaum and Reitzes. I was here in January, and I am the attorney for the applicant.
Okay. Go ahead, Nadine.
So, on the sheet 1. There's the whole table, but it's also in the, cover letter and the step 1, so either way, whatever one you wanna look at. But it talks about, we got these right out of the code, out of the definition for primary and secondary. So the freshwater wetlands that we do have the jurisdiction letter from, the size is, 0.13 acres, it's, 30% of the entire site. The freshwater wetlands, which are 3 separate wetland bodies, they accumulate to 1.75 acres, 4.4% of the site. Steep slopes of 25% or more, it's 5.6 acres, that's 14% of the site. There is a 100-year floodplain down by the Blythe Creek, that's 0.18 acres. 0.4% of the site. That Blythe Brook is a class A stream. The biodiversity conservation areas, we put an asterisk because there are none listed. So, and the asterisk in any place refers to the report that was done by North Country Ecological Services. So, so there was none listed and there was none sent. Agricultural land, there is none. Prime soils, there is none. Hydric soils, there's 0.94 acres, 2% of the site. And we have an asterisk for that. Because this hydric soil includes wetland and floodplain areas, and some of hydric soils are obviously in those areas, but they are accounted for in those other things. So the 0.94 is outside of any floodplain or any wetlands. So I just wanted to clarify that. There's no historic sites or structures. So that's it for the primary. conservation sites. That's the defined as and quantified as. The secondary conservation areas include viewpoints. There are none, I know you've all been to the site, there's none from the site to the site or otherwise. Stone walls, they're definitely on the site, they're shown on the survey map. So, we know that they're shown on there. Groves of large trees, we think that it's not applicable, the area is wooded. The whole site is forested. Rock ledges, there's no significant rock ledges on the site. Rock outcroppings and boulders, there are several located from the survey and labeled on the survey. Some of the labels aren't clear, but they are shown. Roads and trails, so any of the existing woods, roads, or trails are shown on there. Habitat cores, which is the forest, 30 acres. The site is basically, all forest, so that's 76% of the site. And also we refer back to North Country Ecological Services report because they discuss more sensitive areas than others in their report. Farmland of statewide importance, there's 0. And steep slopes, we've done a whole separate analysis because I know there was conversation about not more than 20% or this or that on each lot. So we do have a slope analysis on the plan itself. That would be on the development plan. So that would be on sheet 2, and we can definitely talk about that as well. So with those areas obviously identified and we talked about, we looked at the developing the house sites and those locations. The site really dictated where those were going to be, where the slopes were adequate, where the soils were adequate. So on sheet 2, shows the home site locations. And of course, when we were looking at the home site locations, we had to consider the septic location, which we have considered from the beginning as well, which had a lot to do with the slopes and the soils as well. So this is where that slope analysis came in with these lots. In accordance with 125.22A 10, steep slopes, all grading and earth moving on slopes greater than exceeding 15% shall be minimized. On slopes between 15 and 25%, no more than 15% of the slope area shall be disturbed. New disturbance shall be allowed on slopes exceeding 25% grade, except grading for a portion of a driveway accessing a single family dwelling, when it can be demonstrated that no other routing that avoids slopes exceeding 25% is feasible. Exceptions may be granted where structures are built into slopes to minimize soil disturbance. When building on slopes, applicants should take advantage of any topography by building multi-level structures, entrances on more than one level. So we did a calculation of the site. Contains 13 acres of slopes between 15% and 25%. And we have, that means, so 15% of that would be no more than 1.95 acres can be disturbed. The whole site disturbance is 4.74 acres. There's 2.82 acres from 0 to 15% slopes, 1.9 acres on 15 to 25% slopes, and 0 and 25% slopes or more. So the 1.29 is less than the 1.95, so we're in compliance with that portion of the slope analysis code. So the lot lines are another point of discussion. So what we've done with the conservation layout was shown lot lines to encompass the building lot. Any limit of disturbance for the initial septic system, potential of the reserve areas and access. They actually they're all shown at 1.7 acres, which just happens to be, how it worked out. We didn't try to make them all the same, but they're 1.7 acres. And, everything outside that 1.7 acres and other than the roadway would be all conservation areas. They're not all contiguous because of the way the lots are laid out. So there's 3 separate areas. And, I think I have a total here. They total 29.9 acres, which is 75% of the site. So this is going through the steps and what we are proposing. The house sites, whether. And I know there's a little bit controversy of what the conservation subdivision is, what a fee holder or an easement over the lands are, whether, they be owned by individual landowners with an easement and who would hold the easement. We've had brief conversations with the town supervisor who does need to speak with the board about where they are. And I'm not quoting her in any way, but it's my understanding that she was very open to the town being named an easement holder, moreover being a fee, the title landowner. But that is something that I think is going to be ongoing conversation with the town board because it has to be a town board decision. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so just a question is there 4 lots?
Yes.
Or is the remaining land, is that going into the 5th lot or 6th lot, 7th lot?
So that's the conversation we do need to have with the town board. What this shows with these envelopes that we have in the areas that are labeled, that the 1.7 acres that we show for each of these lots is the only developable land that whether they're owned just by 1.7 acres or whether they're expanded and then there's easements over them. Everything outside that 1.7 acres, other than the road, will be a conservation easement, essentially. So we don't have, we're still working with the town board to define what that actually is. So,
Well, you're not working with the town board, you talk to the town supervisor. You
I,
haven't been before the town board.
no, because she's going to make that arrangement.
So I think this is a good time to get,
Yeah, I'm wondering, how is this plan different, the layout of the house, how is that different from the original?
It's not, these are the areas that, on this site are the least sensitive areas with the most fragile grades, the levels, they're outside of the wetlands areas, they're outside of the buffers. There's buffers and then there's buffers from the buffer. So the conservation areas that were described. So from a primary conservation structure for one, like the wetland, you have to have 100-foot setback from that for development. But you also, for that conservation area, you have to have 100-foot setback from the house site. So this really takes into consideration those extra setbacks. So from secondary conservation area, you have to have 50 feet for a house site. So there has been some slight modifications from the original plan to make sure that we meet those setbacks, especially in lots 3 and 4. There's been some movement in the house locations and
But otherwise, it's essentially the same as the original.
No, but Nadine, didn't we have about 5 or 6 lots originally?
No, there was always 4.
it's always 4.
So it's essentially the same as the original
It is.
proposal. So, but what about the crossing of the wetland?
So this, now that we have the jurisdiction, it is a national wetland. This will fall under a general permit. Because the disturbance of the wetland, let me just make sure I see where I'm at here. Affected wetland area by the roadway crossing is 0.04 acres. So, with the national wetlands, there's a general permit that if you're under 1/10 of an acre for residential development, you can issue a permit. So a permit is still required from the Army Corps of Engineers, but it falls under a general permit for residential development.
All right, so, let me chime in here. The issue with the town board as far as, we've had a discussion with the supervisor. But the first thing that has to happen is this board has to say, yeah, we agree with the 4 lots. And then you go forward with how you're going to work out the conservation subdivision. If we do work out a conservation subdivision, it's gonna be 5 lots, essentially. Because the conservation subdivision itself, the lands is a 5th lot. And if we get to that 5th lot, if we get to the 5th lot, it's referable to the Ulster County Planning Board.
So.
Now, but before we even go there, first of all, Lydia, we appreciate all the work that you put into this over the last 8 months. But this isn't what I believe the board, all that the board was conceiving of when they asked you for a conservation subdivision. What they were looking for was to pull the houses up front and to divide it in such a way that they would have a substantial amount of acreage and of whatever amounts, because the conservation subdivision allows you to vary the acreage. But, at one point, I remember one of the members of the board saying, look, this is either a 2-lot conventional subdivision, or it's maybe a 3-lot, maybe a 4-lot conservation subdivision. But we never anticipated or wanted you to still be in the back with these lots. So from my mind, I just reject this layout of a conservation subdivision, the way it's laid out. And you're gonna need to go back and propose either 2 conventional lots and that's it, and split the property up. Would make necessarily no sense to have 2 lots controlling an HOA or whatever. It's 2 lots of normal subdivision, or you find some way to bring these lots up front. Now, I'm noting that there are some flat areas. Of course, there's a 100-foot setback here from the federal wetlands. But just like you heard with one of the previous projects, a variance could be gotten from the ZBA to put a house in this flatter area in front of the federal wetlands, perhaps. But this just isn't from the perspective of impact on the environment. And we had the letter from Bruce Barber. I'm prepared to get another letter from some other consultant that would look at the whole habitat, look at this from the entire habitat and the destruction of the contiguous habitats. But these 2 lots back here, I think the board's consistent, has been consistent, that this just isn't going to work to put them back there. There might be a different way to do a conservation subdivision with a lot being drawn up here, give them some property here, then these 2 lots own maybe a bigger amount of property so that the property becomes more valuable. And then you still have this whole area back here as the conservation subdivision as it goes into the Fly, which is a critical environmental area. But this is just not an acceptable use of that land, even though you were able to get a conservation subdivision eked out of it. And as far as the town taking over, that would be a major switch, and that's fine if it becomes a conservation subdivision. But again, I'm repeating myself, the 2 lots in the back, just not gonna happen.
Can I just go back? When you say Bruce Barber, are you talking the previous letter that we had received?
Yeah.
Okay, because.
He referenced his concern with the slopes on the west side being degraded by the residents. He also referenced the fact of the runoff on this road, which is quite steep. I don't remember the exact number, 21, 22 degrees. You were gonna cut and fill somewhere along here, and we previously looked at this. But his major concern was the destruction of this area from the presence of homesteads. And as I say, we're fully prepared to have somebody else who has far larger credentials, if you would, to look at the whole site from the habitat point of view and the destruction of the habitat and the breaking up of the habitat. You know, conservation subdivision is meant to preserve the habitat, not to justify the presence of, in this example, these two lots here in a conservation subdivision. That's my
This means-
perspective. Wait a minute. That's my perspective. Would the board like to comment?
Generally speaking, I agree with you. I. I'm concerned about stormwater, particularly on the road. Roads are a huge contributor of stormwater. On previous projects I've worked on, we found that the roads oftentimes were the biggest challenge for controlling stormwater, in my experience. And so for me, particularly given the steep slopes here, coming down into that wetland area, I have significant concerns about this site, managing the stormwater and the impacts of these homes on particularly the lower areas of the site.
Anybody else?
I tend to agree with.
Peter's better able to speak about that, but I don't see any change in the road, which was very, very steep, and I don't think it's safe for fire trucks to go down there. So that would be a major concern for me as well, in addition what Jennifer said.
Has anything been changed on the road?
So because we were doing this other two,
Yeah,
you know, since we are not to sketch plan yet.
right.
So the technical data that we have discussed and talked about and what the requirements are as far as the 14%.
Right.
You know, for 250 feet, you know, that kind of thing. These are things that we've addressed internally and know that it can be worked on. We do understand that a stormwater plan needs to be prepared. We'll discuss this and that will be prepared at the appropriate time in the design process. And obviously submitted to secret also review. We're, you know, that is something that we've looked at and we know because there is significant undisturbed vegetated areas throughout this site that we will be able to mitigate an impact. It's not like we're sending, you know, from the top of the hill all the way down the road. That's not how the design will go. So the stormwater concerns are valid. And that would be a condition, because if they can't be mitigated, obviously that could be an impact. The house sites down below meet the requirements that are outlined in the zoning code and the conservation subdivision code. So other than your personal opinion that they don't go down there, what is to say that two home sites in this area is an adverse impact, because the whole part of, you know, when I.
We have the letter from Bruce. We have the letter from Bruce Barber that strongly suggests that there would be impact. And again, there are other people that we can get that I'm sure would come up with the same finding. You've got the numbers all correct, but the intent of the conservation subdivision is to prevent a major disturbance of the environment in this area. And in fact, you know, we haven't even gotten to seeker yet, but during the seeker process, if there's one item that is of a major event, you just heard our attorney mention it before, that would be a cause for a pause debt. In which case, there could be other studies that are asked for. So I don't think the applicant wants to go that route. And I think the better approach is to get rid of these two houses in the back, which was always the comment that we made to you, and utilize a conservation subdivision, smaller lot sizes. Conservation subdivision is not meant to justify having houses down here. It's meant to preserve the land in such a fashion that you're not impacting the environment. Paulina?
So one of my concerns, and I think the concerns of the board, the Bly Atwood complex is in our town's plan. It's, you're up against a Class A stream, and your EAF even states that there's an endangered species of plants, some type of a fern, I don't have it in front of me at the moment. And all of these indicate to the board that you should push things away from that complex. You're only looking at this little portion, you're not looking at the continuity and the fragmentation of the habitat here. And it's a pretty pristine habitat, and that's what everyone here has been saying throughout the entire process. And I just, crossing the wetlands, et cetera, okay, you might get the permit, but it doesn't seem that you've heard or listened to some of the suggestions and the concerns that the board has.
And we totally have, and I have to say that, there, even the comprehensive plan states that there's a balance between residential development and the conservation. And that's what the scope that I think the board needs to look at, that these are residential developments, this isn't a commercial, this isn't something, that's thousands and thousands and thousands of square feet, they're residences, and they do consider the setbacks that are above and beyond. Obviously, there are the town setbacks, they're setback in the conservation subdivision law, because the Army Corps doesn't even have a setback from national wetlands. So all these things.
The Army
have
Corps
been-
doesn't have a setback, but we have a 100-foot buffer from
Understood.
all wetlands,
And
period.
that's what I'm saying, so we meet those, we're not in that buffer, plus the house sites are another separation distance of beyond that because of the conservation line, and I know Zorian's brought this up on other things, that house sites have to be 100 feet from the conservation line for primary conservation areas and 50 feet from the secondary.
This just isn't gonna fly, Nadine.
Well,
But
I just
I've
want to
got one-
clarify, you're saying that we're not within the 100-foot setback, but you have a road going right through there.
There's an exception for access. There's an exception right in the conservation law for access.
Who's conservation law? Our code?
In the code and in the national.
So there's an exception, but we don't have to grant that exception.
The Army.
Hang on, Mr. Leary.
Yes, the Army Corps, right, it's the permit through the Army
We
Corps.
can exert a higher standard in this area by our code. Dave, you had some comments.
Starting with the wetland question, maybe the attorney can help. I was confused by the unusually long response from DEC on the lead agency. Did you see that? Remember?
Yeah, that was very early on in
Where they quote. Water quality certification will be required. Issuance of these certificates is delegated to New York State, to DEC. If the project qualifies for a nationwide permit, it may be eligible, which you stated. Yet they passed on the question in their actual determination. So I'm trying to reconcile the two memos where they say on the one hand, they have delegated authority to do this. Yet on the second hand, they passed on.
Well, and not only that, but let's talk about the yield analysis.
Yeah, but that was point number one.
Yeah, there's two things with that. There's the amount of disturbance. When you file a joint permit that engages the DC, even if it's not a wetland. But they are not accepting this federal wetland as it is wetland, it just stays as federal wetland.
But they acknowledge it's in federal jurisdiction.
Yes,
So we're gonna have to reconcile the status of that, which to the town, it's still a wetland
correct,
with a 100-foot buffer.
correct.
So, and the conservation subdivision purpose, of which there's 6 or 7, includes avoidance of wetlands,
Correct.
which you're not doing.
And not in this instance, for access to the other side of that wetland.
Right.
So Dave, talk about the yield analysis.
So the conservation subdivision provision is all brand new, November, it's many pages, we're all learning about this, I guess, Nadine, I don't know if you've done one before this way.
I've spent many hours reviewing this, yes.
It requests a yield analysis in advance as part of it, which I didn't see.
Which
So there's no,
we had a.
there's no
contract-
evidence to date to this, to me or the board. That the property yields 4 lots here.
Didn't we submit a conventional subdivision that showed it complied with density?
Yes,
I'm
That's
not
the-
sure that's the provision in the.
Well, that's
new
for me
code.
what the yield is, in every other situation I've been involved with. The applicant provides a conventional subdivision that shows what the density is under conventional zoning. And then has to show under conservation subdivision that the yield will be the same. And that's exactly what we've done here.
yeah.
And they both comply with zoning. Which, I haven't heard anyone acknowledge that yet. Mr. Church, I have a question. When was that DEC lead agency letter issued?
Last year,
Yeah.
Before the enactment of the new regulations, correct?
Yes,
correct. Well,
Yeah,
I
so-
mean, they were written already, it didn't take.
Well, this jurisdictional determination we received is 100% under the new regulations.
Okay,
So this has to be given weight over whatever they said, at that time, in my opinion.
fair enough. So the-
Secondly, all these issues about impacts and everything, I agree. We have to review this. You have to review it. It has to be stormwater compliant. We're proposing, there is a difference between what we proposed before and what we propose now, and that is, this is a conservation subdivision. We're agreeing that any of these conservation areas will be preserved and recorded with a recorded instrument in perpetuity will not be disturbed. And as Nadine pointed out, a lot of this has mitigating features to it, going down to that. So what I'm hearing is almost like a subjective reaction that we just don't like the top. We don't like, but it's gotta be more than that. We gotta know more about why. And right now, I
Well,
don't understand.
have you read the study from Bruce Barber?
It was a while ago. I'll read
Did
it
you read
again. I was here at the January meeting.
Right.
Honestly, the only thing I heard at
So
that
you didn't-
meeting is
you
you
didn't-
wanted to send a.
You didn't read the study from Bruce Barber. You want facts? Look at the study from Bruce Barber.
but I did, and so did North Country Ecological, and they had some responses at that time. But the main part of that was, part of the importance of some of these areas was obtaining the New York State jurisdictional determination.
No, it wasn't. The North Country did not comment on Bruce Barber's. If they did, you show me. Bruce Barber's analysis came after North Country. So, what do you propose? This isn't, we have the ability to say it's not acceptable. And in my mind, it's not acceptable.
Rick, I still got something on the yield.
Go ahead.
analysis. So the code says the planning, quote unquote, the planning board shall reach a consensus on the maximum number of lots permissible in a conventional subdivision layout prior to initiation of the conservation design process. So
We
at
didn't
some point,
approve,
you've got to decide is 4 lots.
we didn't
yield.
approve the 4 lots. We said that was not, the conventional layout was not acceptable. We have the ability in our code to come back with a concept, we asked for alternative possibilities, and we specifically mentioned conservation subdivision.
So to do the conservation subdivision, this board's got to decide what's the lot number that you're working with,
Based on,
based on the conventional subdivision they handed them.
so in essence, the attorney is correct?
But you turn, if what I'm hearing is correct, you treating the original design layout as the conventional one for the yield.
Well, it was the conventional one, and we had a zoning table on it, which you still have in front of you that shows how it complies with zoning and
Right.
the yield is zoning compliant.
Understood.
And against that,
Understood you handed that in before this code was written.
no, we had it.
This didn't take effect till November 2020.
January, we're here in January with the
With the
conventional
convention.
subdivision
Yeah,
layout.
yeah,
when
Right.
No,
was
this project
required.
has been before us since
Right.
last spring.
Yeah,
Right.
but we had some
And you had
updates.
there were 4 lots provided then or proposed then. We changed the code, is that what you're asking?
Right.
In,
This is all, everything
November.
I'm reading.
Yeah,
okay,
but we
so,
were here in January with a plan that had been updated in December 2020 or after the zoning was adopted. And when we were here in January, based on that plan, that's when the, you know, it was on record for the request for the conservation subdivision layout.
So if
Okay,
you
provided.
accept that as the yield analysis, which I think could be legitimate. You have to make a decision on whether the number of lots you're dealing with is 4.
Well, does the, Dave, I'm trying to look this up now, but is the yield analysis only a function of the zoning, i.e. you take the acreage and divide by the zoning, or do you subtract
No,
out
it's-
perceived areas of environmental sensitivity?
Correct, correct. There's a 4-step process, which they did for the most
Do
part.
it.
And it's has to be allowable without waivers or variances.
Is that, I mean,
And we're not asking for any waivers
what's
or
the maximum
any
slope
variants.
on a driveway?
Why?
I stand to speak to them.
15?
So it's 12%, you're allowed to have up to 14% for a distance of 250 feet. And then it has to go back to 12% again.
Isn't your maximum like 20%?
No. We were able to come up with a design that works out with 14%.
Is that the design you did with the cutting and the filling?
Of course, there's gonna be cut and fill. Yes, there's cut and fill.
But the original, the way the land is right now, it was 22%.
So in some, we minimize the impact on grades between 15 and 20. None of that was done on anything greater than like.
I'm not talking about how you minimized it. I'm talking about what it is in actuality right now. It was in the 20s, the slope.
No. Oh, in areas that aren't actually built out?
Considered suitable.
The whole roadway,
No,
there's no 20% slope on any of this road.
no.
Not as you're gonna design it, but as it is.
Wetlands.
Yeah. The portion that was
The
built.
portion at the top of the
about
hill where you make that big curve, what was that?
let me see. Which is not, you know, the final design.
Right,
Built without-
because you wanted to modify it. What Dave Gordon is asking is I'm not sure why he was asking. He's asking, what is the slope as it is right now without all the modifications and cutting and filling? I don't know, Christian, do you know off the top of your head? I know you're not.
Bring back slope of the driveway.
What the maximum slope of the driveway as it exists right now, not with cutting and filling and all that. Do you have any notion of what that number is?
I would have.
Okay.
Yeah, so we do have that, and I don't have the existing on here, I only have
Oh, it does.
proposed, but it's very close to what it is now, it's like
So we were.
14-15% to the top of that hill. We
Alright.
have to cut the top of that hill,
Alright.
the backside to get that slope. To
I
make.
feel where we're going with this, and as I said, I don't have the report from our engineer. And I don't have the final report from Dave. This isn't acceptable. The board is will even take a motion and say this isn't acceptable as it is right now, for very specific reasons.
I'm not understanding what those reasons are.
The reason is the study that you got from Bruce Barber that said that this is gonna have an impact on the wetland area, and I don't have it in front of me. It was from earlier this year, November, December, January. And it's obvious, just looking at this, that the slopes in the back there on the west side with the construction that you're going to do, the roadway going through, the road going through the wetlands. There's gonna be Bruce's opinion is that there will be impact in disturbed land flowing into these wetlands.
Impact or significant impact or,
Well, I think that becomes a matter of when we do the seeker process.
okay,
And that's purely subjective on the part of this board, bolstered by information that we have from our
no,
consultant.
no, it's not subjective. There's objective criteria that you have to follow when you go through part 2 of the EAF. It's not just subjective.
This has nothing to do with part 2 of the EAF.
He just said- he
The
just said-
regulation reads as follows.
Okay.
The maximum permitted number of blocks of dwelling units within a conservation subdivision shall not exceed the number of units that in the planning board's judgment would be permitted if the land were subdivided into conventional lots fully conforming to the minimum lot area, width and frontage and density requirements of chapter 140 of the town of Rochester Code, applicable to the district or districts in which such lands are situated and conforming to all other requirements of the town of Rochester Code.
Yeah,
The EAF is a secret document designed so that we can, so that the board can do a declaration of significance. The
I
question of
understand that.
conservation subdivision regulations are in the code.
I understand what it is. The chairman said that
Okay, so
the
you,
secret was subjective. It's not subjective.
fine.
That was what I was.
let's keep going. Fine,
Okay.
let's keep going.
Can I make a comment, please?
Hang on 1 second. So it would seem to me, based on what you just read, that the analysis, the yield analysis is in our judgment. How much would you have with the
We
conventional?
need to consider it carefully. I would not advise necessarily.
And there's detailed procedure, which they've done the bulk of. But ultimately for you, I'm speaking to the planning board now. For the planning board to proceed with the conservation subdivision option. Required or just to be considered as an option, you have to come up with this yield lot number. For the code's clear use, not supposed to go forward.
Okay,
I have something that I
Go ahead.
think is important and germane to this. In our code, 140-2 purpose, it states it is the legislative intent of this chapter to provide standards and procedures to guide land use and new development, blah, blah, blah. This chapter is specifically intended to implement the town of Rochester comprehensive plan, including but not limited to the following objectives. So if you go down to F, we'll start with F. Protecting the quantity and quality of the water supply by strengthening measures to prevent groundwater contamination, assuring protection of surface waters, preserving wetlands and wildlife habitats, and encouraging the provision of sewage collection, maintenance, and treatment within the hamlets. G, protecting important natural resources identified in the town's natural resources inventory, which is the Fly Complex. Then you can go to H, minimizing disturbance to wildlife and vegetation from the effects of new development. And then I, regulating, well, I don't know why I threw that one in there, regulating floodplain development, now that's in the back. But, so that is what we are using, and I'm speaking for the board, when we're looking at the impacts to the environment in the back area. It's habitat fragmentation, you're crossing the wetland, the lie is in our town's natural resource inventory, and that's what we're relying on to say, we don't think it's appropriate there, put it someplace else.
Okay.
That's all.
Could I add something to that? I would also like to add that we are not a ministerial board. We have discretionary approval and and this is to build off of what Helena is saying. We use our code as a board to make these determinations. And we use the reports that we're given, and the data that's available.
And I'll also say, not just from the paper, but from walking the site. And observing what we saw in front of us in the site, we're all in together, so.
Yes.
so we're
And
getting
this one-
nowhere fast. It's getting late.
Right.
What do you propose?
I would propose that you not vote tonight on this. And we have a chance to look at some of these things that you're raising here, look at the memos that we haven't seen yet. Another look at Bruce Barber's.
That we certainly weren't voting on approving this, but I'm prepared to.
Well, even on what what the lot count would be. So we have a chance to respond, including me as the attorney.
So-
What the standards are, because I have a different perspective on some of these things.
So
But
what
I
I'd like to,
understand that's what I was gonna ask.
okay. What I would like to do tonight is a vote of the board to reject the plan as it stands right now.
Why don't we, if you want to go ahead, but.
No, I'm not gonna do, I want your advice. That's why I'm asking you.
No, I would want to they're gonna do their homework to respond. I want to be clear on two things. One, what is exactly our procedure for approving that? What criteria do we use? And secondly, I want a definitive answer as to whether they require any quote unquote waivers and also whether they require any environmental permits. I want to understand what the permit is for this board to consider the wetland impacts here. I want to know whether there's DEC jurisdiction over this because I guess it's Corps of Engineers jurisdiction that they're relying on the nationwide permits, but we need to break this down in a systematic way. I also want to know what the maximum slope is of this road in each of the places where it's essentially doing a switchback, and what the requirement is.
We'll get that, did you get that? We'll get that from our engineering firm.
Fire inspector said in a memo of November 26th. Has been determined that the slope of the grade must be maximum of 12%.
The slope of the grade must be a maximum of 12%.
That came from the CEO.
But he's fire and safety.
Fire and safety. That's not what it is, that's what the maximum.
Is the executive coordinating person in-person meeting 11/20/24 regarding the reference location. It has been determined that the slope of the grade must be a maximum of 12%.
And I'd like to add to that, because I know we've had a meeting with that discussion and with Greg Goldner, and he also provided a letter. And in the code, it also states that allowance of 15% for a certain amount of feet, and then 12. And that would still have to get submitted to the fire official, because there's an area of concern to make a turn and things like that. So we discussed that, but obviously we have not. We've looked at it, we know we can accommodate that. We have not updated the plans any more than from where they were in December, because we're still developing, getting the board to accept what we're having, because here we keep redesigning a road to maybe, where.
Okay, so Christian, our attorney asked for what the slope of, so I need to know what it is today, not what it might be and all that, so. Greg has all those numbers. I wanted to come from Greg. So my attorney is advising that we not take the vote I was anticipating to reject this. We're happy to listen to a letter from you.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Then
The earliest, and then we've got a lot of work to do here based upon that. So we'll have the lawyers going back and forth, I guess, and the consultant, the planner, going back and forth with memos. The earliest that this would be back on an agenda would be the first meeting of October. For some of the reason, the earliest.
Okay.
And I would suggest,
Expect to get the comment?
so I would suggest that we might want to consider having off meetings to work through all these details rather than sit here for hours. But that's up to you. So the earliest that you would be on another agenda is October, I think it's 14. The letters from Greg, you'll have as soon as I go through with Greg when he's back from vacation. And the same for the planner. So by the end of the week. So by the end of the week.
And will they be emailed or just uploaded to the work?
I'll email them to you. And we'll upload them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
What happened?
I don't know.
Are you connected flying code?
Sorry, any power?
Yeah. Fix that, you can't fix that mathematically. You can fix it by vertical grade. Horizontal grade.
I don't know, that's a great question. I know how to say that.
You can't do.
This is going through your level. They just put 100 feet around, which means they need a neighbor or a variance.
Right.
So they can't do anything.
That's so bad.
Why don't they do one?
Oh.
3 lots, bring the road, bring a driveway there.
Oh, shall I come over? I'm
gonna go.
That'll really
They
go
want
over.
to, they want to, they can make a case of that, but it won't be in the yield.
I know.
Because that would be in the setback too.
Yeah.
It's all-
Yeah. Yield analysis perfectly cool, no waivers, no variances.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean.
I want to go step by step.
It's just there's another.
They don't. Unless you need that.
Does anybody need that?
Does he do?
A bathroom break. All
All
right, let's take a brief. Oh, my God.
It's
I thought we were done.
Verizon.
I mean, this is better than.
They gotta stop.
You're not stop.
I'm not.
This is the whole discussion about why can't we find these folks, right? Because towns I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's. Oh, road.
So like.
There's also the planning board remains responsible for the determination of whether. That's 125.
-31F.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and
I've
that
been out
same
there.
thing where it also says,
Folks can feel.
Great. There's the conservation subdivision plan is simultaneously
It's not like some
preserving
farm
open
road.
spaces, protecting natural resources and accommodating new.
No, maybe 2 years ago.
No, in
Previous. Like a year ago, yeah.
Ask you separately, do you remember Scotty? Hi, Dan.
Hey, right, there's something for you.
Good.
Long night
Yeah.
for you guys.
They're always long nights.
That's nothing.
Well, that was real.
There's also,
The train is tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
It is.
That's what I said.
Yeah, and I have to.
oh, Unique Lab.
Yeah.
No, and we never
Did you
received
get that letter?
confirmation that we.
Oh, you did get it.
to go.
That's,
I have,
doesn't start.
Christian, would you forward it to me again?
I'm hoping Rick has all the information
What?
on this training at the hotel.
That's, I thought it was October.
Is it?
Training at what hotel?
The training that Aaron,
Oh, yeah, Aaron is making the 3 people who wanted to go. Aaron is registering. Who was the 3?
what, what is the date? You wrote down.
Yeah.
If you don't know about it, you're not in on the, you're
No,
not in
I-
on
No,
it.
she's meant to be doing it.
I have October 9th, planning and zoning.
Oh, October.
yeah.
But then on his
Is it
agenda,
They sent it last meeting.
Yeah.
where's the first page?
Over something.
It's not until October.
Okay,
All right, let's move.
Okay, got it.
it does say September. It says September, so that's why I suddenly, when I
Oh,
opened.
the September is the Muni CoLab training.
No, you wrote other matters, training in Kingston.
Oh, I did, I'm
September
wrong.
9th.
It's
That's
October.
why I panicked.
You.
It
Hi, Sam.
should be booming
Rick,
like
before we go,
forward.
we
It's all of the project.
should,
uploaded.
if you can give a minute to talk about conservation.
Sorry, we're gonna get started. Come on, sit down.
You talked about conservation easement, so at the end. when-
You wanna go home?
Right. Conservation easement.
Yes,
with
It's
the-
just another night.
remind me.
Yeah.
Okay, and you are Mr. Williams.
No, my name is James Bell with the law firm Young Summer. I work.
What's a lawyer?
I am a lawyer.
Okay. I was thinking that
Just thought you were gonna be an engineer.
Scott is.
you
triple
look like an
booked.
engineer. You don't look like a typical one.
Scott is booked up this evening, so I
Alright.
stepped in to go over with everyone tonight, some of the back and forth that's gone between our engineering team, Tectonic, and the town's and engineering team. And just to do what we can to keep moving the process forward.
All right, so I prepared. Actually, I planned on being with you, talking to you guys for about an hour, but that would bring us closer to 11. And I don't think the board, but let's see. Give me a minute. I'll take this. Dave, could you distribute these, please? Stacy, would you distribute this? Your first name again is? Or first name?
James.
James. So James, what I wanted to do was to go through with you, Scott, and the board, a page, one page, 2 sides of what I consider to be major issues. And to talk to the board about how I think we need to go forward with this.
So are these issues coming from engineering or board comments internally? Like,
So these are just general comments. You may not be able to answer any of them. You may be able to answer all of them. I don't know.
Yes.
I will
Give a copy to Larry.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll do my best. Just
Okay.
before we get into these, can I raise 2 points first? The first is that the federal shot clock on this expires September 15th, as I'm sure everyone's aware. We have brought an extension letter with us tonight and we'll go out to November 15. Just as a procedural matter, we'll just hand that to you guys and I ask you to sign it, assuming the board would also agree with moving forward, pushing the shot clock out. And the second is at some point tonight, we'll be discussing setting of a public hearing. I believe there was some discussion about that.
There was some discussion that I had with Scott, and yeah, I would like to discuss with the board the setting of the public hearing tonight. And as far as the letter, I don't want to sign anything until my attorney looks at it. So if you have the letter and if he wants to do it tonight, or he'll look at it tonight, and then we'll decide whether I'm going to sign it tomorrow.
Thanks.
Okay, so James, I'll just go through. And board, I think we should spend some time. I didn't think the last project was going to take some. I think we should go through this. I've been giving a lot of thought to how to wrap our heads around this. And if you remember the last meeting, I came up with about 6 major items. They're numbered here. That need to be discussed and need to be decisioned in terms of seeker. Or for other reasons. Needs assessment, the whole issue of the waiver, visual analysis, environmental impact. Number 5, location relative to the apartment building, as well as the noise related to the apartment building, and real estate valuations. So those are the biggies. I'm sure there are some others, but I think they fall under those 6, quite possible. I've heard a few comments from either the public, by way of letters from attorneys for the public themselves. And there was one particular letter, I think, from Ira Stern that talked about waivers as a response to our attorney talking about how we grant the waiver. If you remember, the waiver that we have to do at some point is the tower is proposed to be 145 feet. The town code comes up with a permissible size based upon essentially tree line and some other factor, but we came up with the number 95 feet. So from 95 to 145 is 50 feet foot variance that we would need to do. As I thought about that, philosophically, to give 50% of what the maximum the town code has as a waiver out of the box, I don't know, that doesn't appeal to me. That's a huge waiver. So how would we wrap our arms around that? And in talking to both Daves, it seems to me that instead of dealing with the waiver first, unless of course we don't want the tower, for whatever reason, subjective reason, objective reason, we don't want the tower, we just do it and say that we don't want a waiver of 50 feet. It's too much, but that's not the way to go about it in my mind. The proper way to go about it, I think, is to go through seeker first, all the seeker steps, particularly the visual analysis and the noise analysis, and the species analysis or the habitat analysis. Those are real, in my mind, super critical of the 6. And then from there, we'll flow what the height should be, perhaps, or we don't want to do this at all. So, 2 choices, no, or this is the height at which we believe is acceptable. And then from there flows the waiver. To me, it's a lot more logical than doing the waiver.
I agree with that.
Totally agree.
Yeah, because I think those other aspects will inform the type of waiver.
Take a while to get there, but
Yeah.
so that's a given. I think I hope everybody can agree to that.
Yeah.
So having said that, let's go through these, and I don't think you have a problem with that.
At your discretion.
Okay. So let's go through these 6 items, and I am going to go through each of the points. I think they're important. The needs assessment. We have a needs assessment that our RF engineer has done. But there was some new information that I was reminded of by one of the residents, but which we actually surfaced quite a while ago, that there's a 3rd tower on City Hall Road. If you remember, there were 2 existing towers. One is in Accord and one is in Cohonson, but there's a 3rd tower. And so I had asked Verizon first of all, I didn't know about the City Hall Road tower. Why can't this City Hall Road tower be used by Verizon? It's not owned by Verizon, it's owned by somebody else. Why can't they co-locate on it and help to solve the problem? So there was an interim report that was reported back to us at some point in time. I think I have the date here. No, I don't. Maybe I have it somewhere else in the document. But they essentially, Verizon essentially said no, but. No, but meaning, no, it won't satisfy, but oh, by the way, we're gonna co-locate onto that tower anyway to service some other area. So one of the, I don't want us to necessarily answer any of the questions that I posed tonight. I think these are things for us to consider between now and the 29th meeting. So the question I would pose, okay, at first, we didn't hear about this tower. It was kind of mentioned obliquely, and then we said, please examine it. And Verizon said, okay, we don't, for the following technical reasons, it doesn't do anything, but they still want to co-locate on it. So my question is, should we be asking our RF engineer to re-examine this tower in light of this new information that they're co-locating? I was just made aware of the fact that they all co-locate. That's fine. Permissible, but does that mean that we should be re-looking at this needs assessment issue in the light of all this information? Question mark. I don't have an answer right now, so this is something I want to resolve on the 29th.
Okay, yeah, I mean, my first blush, I would say, yeah, it's another point of data, so yeah, we should.
I think so.
And I have another question about that, is that if they're co-locating that, do they, and this is a question maybe for David, and they're raising it 15 feet, do they have does a co-locator have the ability to raise 15 feet?
In the City Hall Road,
Or on
apparently.
this one?
Well,
If we-
they do have the right to do it on City Hall Road, apparently. They've
Yeah.
applied, and I think they have the approval question mark, but I think they have it, and they're gonna do it.
Right,
As far as we'll get to the question of the extra footage on our tower.
Yeah.
A little bit later on, if you could.
but if we put, just theoretically, if we put a waiver, give a waiver for 50 feet, can they take 15? Can somebody else take 15 feet back later on?
Yeah, I think they can.
Go
ahead.
Is your question, does the federal entitlement to the extra 15 or 20 feet depend or fail if we've granted a waiver in order to get them to the 145-foot level?
If we give them a waiver, can a co-locator come back later on and just say, well, I'm not Verizon, I want to add 15 feet, can they do that?
I hear your question, but it seems to me you're mixing up a couple different concepts, so I don't know where you're going. Are you saying, does the federal rule trump the fact that we had to give a waiver and therefore not given another waiver? Or are you asking whether somebody can step into the shoes of Verizon if Verizon basically says, we'll waive our rights, can somebody else step into those shoes?
Yes.
Second. All right, here's my answer to that. All I know, typically, the right to apply for a site plan approval depends on the agreement of the owners of the property on which the site plan is going to be developed. That seems like it's a kind of a truism. There are times when the owner and the developer are not the same, so the developer's got to come in here with a letter of permission from the owner. This would be a situation where they would not have a letter of permission because the owner would have no authority to give one. In fact, is disavowed it. So the only reason I would say that they would have such a right is because of all people, the citizens have insisted that they do. But the last I looked at their legal analysis, there was no documentation of that right. So my instinct is if Verizon swears off, Verizon waives their right to go 20 feet. I don't see somebody else coming into it may be true, but I haven't seen anything up to that nature, and certainly is not true under New York State land use law.
Okay.
New York State land use law, if the owner of a facility doesn't want to allow further development, a third party can't just come in and apply here.
Okay.
And that's a great question. I get it now, Peter. The Scott has agreed that not only will he waive for the tower proposed 145 foot, not only will he waive that, say, no, nobody else can put their 20 feet here. up here, he said he will go to the owner, the leaseor, and Verizon's the leasee, and get in the lease agreement that it can't go above
Okay.
whatever it is we come up with.
Okay,
Apparently, that doesn't apply to Clay Hill Road, because my understanding, they're going forward to co-locate. So that wasn't built
Okay.
in years ago, but.
okay, sorry.
So, with the existing tower, so they don't have to ask for any permit from town to go 15 feet up higher?
What the federal rules basically say that the town cannot, a couple of things. First of all, the town cannot, deny such a permit. And there's also a rule that used to say, and they still, I mean, the rules have been changed, there are court decisions against them, and we really have incomplete, argument on this. But the rule used to say that the town cannot require anything in an application, and the person applying to go above, more than the compliance rules. They can, there's certain criteria in the federal rules that they're saying, if you meet these criteria, one of which is you're not physically changing the tower all that much, then they get this automatic 20 feet, basically. I'm not sure that that's applicable. First of all, it may not be the owner, and second of all, it's just it's very opaque as to whether the levels of enforcement. But if it's a third party and Verizon waives it in a variety of different ways, then I don't think the third party can do it.
All right, so the next thing, number 2, waiver, we talked a little bit about this. Part A, let's wait till the end, I think we will agree to that. Part B is justification for waiting till the end. However, there's a vexing issue of the extra 20 feet, that is an as of right, which we're talking about now. We had told Verizon, and this was anticipating them not wanting to do the waiver, we had told them that in terms of visual analysis, that we wanted them to do not just 145, but we wanted them to simulate 165. And in their visual analysis, that wasn't done. So, but if they waive, then it's like, okay, but if you don't intend to waive, well, you gotta do the visual, you gotta do the simulation.
It's the reasonable worst case.
Sorry,
It's a reasonable understanding.
exactly, and then they didn't do it. Perhaps they didn't do it because they figured, okay, they've been pressing us to waive this, and we'll waive it. And we'll make sure it gets waived, we'll make an agreement with the leaseor. So anyway, I just bring that up. And I'm sure the public, may have a different view towards that, so I'm not as worried about them not doing the simulation at this point, in that they're gonna waive the 20 feet. Okay, co-locators have to come to us for site plan, but do they come with or without the as of right? And Dave was just addressing that.
Well, I mean, again, the citizens have said they don't even come before us, but that we have no jurisdiction at all.
Well, we do.
Well, understand what they're claiming. They're claiming that federal regulations take away our jurisdiction. And you need to understand, first of all, federal law is supreme if they decide to go there. And second of all, the purpose of some of the federal regulations is to curtail local jurisdiction. That's why they're doing it.
But if we come in, all right, so if a co-locator comes in, maybe they have the right to put the 20 feet up, additional feet up. They preemptively because of federal powers, but it involves a generator. They've got to put a generator down at the bottom of the tower. Certainly, we have the ability to look at the implementation of the generator from a site plan point of view. What the impact of an additional noise? You're not suggesting to me that federal law is also preempting the consideration of a generator.
One way to read it, and I'm not certain that this is going to take a lot of time to go through all this, because although the citizens submitted a letter, and the letter was actually lengthy, when you start getting to details, it's superficial. But one way to read it, there is a federal regulation that essentially says the only thing that we can require an applicant to submit in a situation like that is documentation that demonstrates that they're in compliance with the qualifications for that regulation. That's a lot of words. Does everybody understand what that means? The regulation allowing them to go up the extra 20 feet automatically has certain qualifications on it. These are the only ones that will comply, that will apply for that. One of those qualifications is that there won't be any substantial physical change, but that's what the 20 feet is whether or not it's a substantial physical change. So one way to read that regulation is that we are not even allowed to require any other information on those issues. Now, I was looking at this as late as today. Between the court cases and the regulations themselves, it's impossible for me to tell what's still in effect, because the court actually, what the citizens did not tell us is that the court actually invalidated some portions of that regulation, which come very close to these rules. And I don't have any guidance at all on whether, and I'll tell you what, in the lack of any guidance, I am assuming that we would have a certain level of jurisdiction here. We would probably not be able to deny the expansion, but we would be able to do things like conduct a review and possibly require mitigation.
So does the federal preemption in the state that it's in because of the courts and whatever prevent us I just lost my train of thought. So you suggest we probably have the ability to look at the site plan?
I think so. I think if it
Oh,
happened.
does it preempt a separate agreement with the landowner? With respects to, you can only go X number of feet, if that was between the leasee and the leaseor?
I think that'd be very effective. I think,
Okay, so
I don't see any reason. Again, there are literally hundreds of pages of legal analysis to read, but it doesn't make any sense to me that the feds would be, unless it's explicit, I haven't seen it. It could happen, but it doesn't make any sense to me that the feds would be requiring a particular property owner to extend their tower to 1 feet. They don't want to. I look at it, but again, what we're talking about here, and this is up to the applicant may want to weigh in on this, because the more I look at this, the more I'm essentially you're employing me.
Yeah.
And
So the way that just backing up, first thing is we've done this multiple times before in the past, where towns have been concerned about other subsequent owners, co-locators coming through, adding what we call 20-foot lifts to the top of towers, which extend the height. I wouldn't say we do it frequently, but we have a number of times executed amendments to lease agreements with the landlords capping heights of towers. We've executed those with pounds.
so as a private agreement with the landlords,
Yes,
not
exactly.
not necessarily a site plan conditions. Has that been violated by a third party coming
To
in?
the best of my knowledge, no. I won't give a blanket statement about something that I haven't put time into, like most recently, but I can say we've done it before, we found it to be effective. And then there's a private agreement between the landowner and the tower owner.
So your general practices prefer a private agreement to a site plan condition?
We've done them as site plan conditions as well with capping tower heights. However, if it is gonna be a site plan condition capping the tower height, there would likely need to be explicit language in it referencing the 6409 waivers. Just to put it in there, so other parties couldn't subsequently come through and do it. However, that's a little murky to our understanding, and so we've done it via execution of lease agreements.
So we do both. Site plan and the leaseor.
Again, there's a lot more work to do. These guys may know more than I do, but my instinct is I don't see how the federal government, federal government is evolving. But yeah, sorry.
Did you say evolving?
Say again?
Did you say evolving?
I did, yes.
Okay, let's move on. We could get ourselves in trouble. We're still being recorded.
I know.
Who knows who's listening?
Right.
Visual analysis. Matt Allen has a draft of that. It's still being reviewed, but it's ready for release any day now. And the issue with it is some concern with the methodology that was used by Tectonic in coming up with their visual analysis. Not to go into a lot of detail, I asked, well, is the end result the same or not? And I'm not sure what the answer, that I understood the answer. So here's the deal. I'm gonna get Matt Allen's visual analysis out to you guys the next day or two. And if I have it already, maybe I sent it to you already.
Yeah, it's already there.
Did I send it to you? Okay, there's still a little refonkling that's needed. And there's gonna be a meeting this week, with a limited number of the close-knit group that's been working on Verizon, so Helena.
But I'm not,
can't make it.
yeah,
Okay,
I mean-
Peter, myself, Dave, and a couple of people from Verizon, Tectonic, and Matt Allen. Just to go through this study, 3 ways to Sunday, and to be able to come back on the 29th and say, okay, guys, here's the story, and I'll have Matt Allen here on the 29th. All right, so that's all I want to say about the visual analysis. Environmental impact. I started to do a deep dive on this issue. And as you can see, it goes from 4A to 4F. And they did an environmental impact, they being Verizon. But they limited it to endangered or threatened species. So on the site, which is of course appropriate, the 50 by 50 pad, which is where there's going to be fiscal impact. And it involved fish and wildlife. You've heard that term last time, that Fish and Wildlife. We were looking for their response, and we now have it. Scott Olson sent us Fish and Wildlife's response recently, and that is on Unicolab. Long story short, Fish and Wildlife, together with the firm that did the analysis for Tectonic, Verizon, came up with the threatened and endangered species represented in this particular area of 50 by 50, and the general environs. You're all familiar with it, we've all walked it, and came up with 2. I think I'm correct in that. And it was just the bats, the long-eared
Bat
bat.
and butterflies,
Sorry,
bat and butterflies. Bats and butterflies.
and butterflies. Thank you, monarch butterflies. Okay. However, with the monarch butterflies, they didn't come up with any definitive hits for this 50 by 50 area and the area around it. They did come up with the general sense that in the area there was the 2 bats. The long-nosed, long-eared,
Northern one.
and the other one. I was trying to remember the scientific names, but I couldn't remember them. But in any case, so a study was done by this firm out of Texas. GSS is their name. What they agreed was there could be some impact on their habitat by the disturbance in this area. However, they were fully cognizant of that. They were fully willing to go through all the preventative measures that you would typically do where there are bats present, which is namely don't disturb their habitat between the beginning of September or October. Well, Jennifer, what is the time frame? I think they have it here. 11/1 to 3/31.
I think it might be October.
Yeah.
I think it's October something, like April.
So let's just say, whatever it is, they agreed, we definitely have to do
Yeah,
that.
it's time of year constrict.
Yeah.
And then as it turns out, Scott Olson pointed this out in his memo that I pointed out in this listing. He pointed out that the Fish and Wildlife was delivered the report. They came back and said, okay, if you don't hear from us within 15 days, and I guess that's some sort of regulation that they have, you can assume that there's no other information you have to provide for us. Well, in fact, they didn't go back to Tectonic or GSS or to Verizon within the 15 days. In fact, they've never come back. And so the assumption is that the findings of this firm, GSS, are confirmed by Fish and Wildlife. So we have the answer to what does Fish and Wildlife have to say? Fish and Wildlife, from what I can understand, is essentially saying what they said is what we say.
The question
Jen?
about that Fish and Wildlife submission, were we copied on that? So that the response would be CC'd to us as well?
We were, no,
Because it's hard.
No, we weren't,
Absence of something doesn't.
this all took place between GSS and Fish and Wildlife. And it was published, the information was published. Remember the big tomes that we received, the one from November, and then we received another one, I think was in May or April?
Yeah.
It was published in that second tome in section 4. And I have it outlined here, so I invite you to find that tome and go through section 4 and read
It's
it.
more the process of not receiving a response. It would have been helpful to be copied on that.
We
so
were,
that- so
we were
would-
not copied on it.
So we would know there was a response.
So no.
Okay.
Okay. So I think Verizon rightfully so, they're saying, look, here, this is the rules that we play by, and that's that. And then on the monarch butterfly, they actually, and Fish and Wildlife seem to agree to it, that there was no evidence of monarch butterflies in the affected area. On migratory birds, GSS agreed that there could be impact, and they're fully willing to go through all the mitigating measures. And again, we all need to reread that section again from the second tome, section 4, page whatever. I think I put it all down here. And what kind of mitigating things would they do? Well, they're not going to have any guy wires on the tower, which birds could run into and be annihilated. And a host of other things. I don't remember them all, but they were willing to do all of those things. They didn't address the issue of birds perching on the towers. That was something that Scott Olson and I had a separate discussion with. In fact, he mentioned it at the last meeting, I believe, where he said, well, the way to do that, from the scientists or from the botanists or the ornithologists, is you put plastic birds of prey in and around those towers, and that helps with that. I have no way of confirming that or of saying that's true or not. I'm going to have to go with whatever the experts say. So not much else on environmental, but there's a lot of reading that we all need to do between now and the 29th. I do think that many of the letters that we received, principally from Mr. Berg, Attorney Berg, had to do with what I thought I'm not being critical, I'm just trying to be lighthearted about it, but I thought I was reading Walden Pond by Thoreau when I was reading Berg's letters, waxing very eloquently about a lot of endangered species that are in Minnewaska Pond. And this is absolutely true. As an amateur botanist, I would agree with that. However, in the area in which the disturbance is taking place, essentially nobody has identified squat, bluntly. So to my way of thinking, aside from the ambiance issue, the issue is pretty clear to me in terms of endangered species. Number 5, location relative to the apartment buildings as well as the noise related to. Greg, and it's out on Unicolab. Greg sent a follow-up letter about the noise, indicating that Tectonic has another step to take. They did the study, they did the ambient noise, but they didn't do the way our code reads is you have to compare the noise projected at the 4 sides, the 4 compass sides, north, south, east, and west. You have to compare that against the ambient noise at each one of those 4 locales. They only did the ambient study at the generator itself. They didn't do it at the 4 corners. Okay, and Greg is saying, I don't know whether it meets the code or not, but they didn't follow the procedures, so I don't know whether they're 5, 10, 15, 20 decibels under the ambient or over the ambient. So that's something that happy to talk to Scott about. Probably the better way of going about it is for the technician in Tectonic to talk to Greg. I think they are familiar with each other.
That's probably the most
And just have him explain it and then just redo it.
Well, and
It's simple enough. It was just missing and then reissue a new study.
If I may, that's very standard noise. I've done noise analyses before. It's standard to use the receptor, whether that's the property line or a building, to do the ambient noise measurements so that when you do your counts, you know what you're projecting against.
They did a wonderful job of projecting it
Yeah, they did.
algorithmically, but they have nothing
It was the wrong
valid
ambient.
to compare it. That I could see, that Greg could see from the study. He's the expert. I told him I agree. I didn't find anything. So, apart from that, I'm talking to Scott about moving tower further away from the apartment buildings and from the house off to the side there, only because the apartment building came first, and it is 100 feet, probably a little bit more. I'm exaggerating. I'm pulling numbers out of who knows where, but it's just overwhelming to that apartment building. And it's a low to moderate income apartment building, and I don't think that a tower of this size should just be plopped down in that area. And that's why I mentioned it also to the other project to say, welcome Pilgrim, there may be a tower there. And the $800,000 homes are gonna have to look at a tower potentially. So anyway, I don't know where that one is going. That's something else we need to talk about on the 29th. I know Dave Gordon has some opinions about the issue of plopping down towers in areas that are low to moderate income. So I don't know if that will get us anywhere.
I'm not sure I do.
Oh, okay. I thought you had talked to me about that at one point in time. That's the-
I'll have to think about that.
Okay. And I'm not saying how you felt about it, just that you had some opinions about it. And then the last thing, the real estate valuation issue. And I still can't wrap my head around, certainly not the initial study, and I can't wrap my head around the other study that they did, second study, to try to make it more understandable, except to say, James, I mean, the obvious is the studies bear no relationship to the area in which the tower is gonna be. The studies were done up in Guilderland, outside of Albany, I believe, and some other areas in Columbia County, and so on and so forth. So that has not, wouldn't say theoretically,
Some subdivision never reviewed.
say that again,
Some of the subdivision of the study never reviewed.
right? So it has nothing to do with this particular area and what the impact might be. Now, so whoever has to look at this in this area doesn't live in Columbia County or in Guilderland, New York. They live here in Accord. The flip side of that is, well, if you can't see it, how could there be according to the visual analysis, how can there be a real estate impact? Question mark. So I still don't know how to get my head around that study. And there is a second one. So don't look at the original study in the first tome. Look for the redone real estate study, which I think is in the second tome. Other recent observations and decisions that we have to make. There was a question asked about the structural integrity. There was a point made that about the timing of proving that the tower is going to be structurally integral. And I don't know how you do that unless it's up. The only other way you could do it is just to say, well, here are the specs, and the specs done by a structural engineer will determine the load, the wind shear, and everything else. That's got to be good enough. And I couldn't find that, James, in any of the material that has been given to us. It might be there.
I believe it's the initial submission. There's gonna be a letter from Steve Matthews of Tectonic Engineering. He's a New York State certified PE. It's his attestament saying that this tower is built to.
You're right, I did see
all New
that.
York State federal guidelines.
I did say that it was section 10, as a matter of fact. So the question is that sufficient? And I'm gonna be turning to our engineer to say, is this typically what happens? You're right, it was in that section.
Did that include the design assumptions? So like something about wind speeds and, I mean, presumably you want to.
So there are certain standards that they
Yeah.
have to examine towers under that are set by the state.
Yeah, but was it in the letter or did it just reference?
It references the exact sections of the code.
Okay.
So we have to look at that section. Well, our code, first of all, but our code just says you have to do it. The code I think you're referring to is the one in the New York State engineering,
Yes.
whatever, so
Building codes say.
that wasn't in the letter, Jim. Okay, it was a page and a half memo, I do recall that, okay, so we need to deal with that. Issue of needs analysis relative to City Hall Road, I mentioned that already. 145 versus 165. That's the whole issue of the waiver, not to waive. Do you need to do simulations or not? Or any additional environmental assessments needed? I can't find any reason to do any other environmental assessments. At one point in time, full disclosure, I was talking along with Dave Church, we were talking to Eric Kiviat from Hudsonia. We were just chatting up what we had, what did he think, and it was just a very brief chat. And we didn't deploy him or employ him. I was just of the opinion in that very, very brief chat, along with the chat with Dave Church, that there were none other to be done. But again, that's where the board needs to weigh in. So at the meeting of the 29th, there'll be 2, maybe 3 projects, maybe a third very small project. It'll be this one on the agenda and it'll be Round Top. So thank you for bearing with me, but we all need to do a whole bunch of homework. I know a lot of you have been doing already, and I just tried to provide some guidance to where I found some of this information based on going through all the public hearings, what I thought the public and the letters as well, what I thought was important to me, but maybe not to the board. So I invite you to look at the public comments section in Unicolab, the letters from Mr. Berg, the letters from Michelle Hertz, and the letter, there was only one from Iris Stern, but that specifically dealt with the waiver issue. There are, I believe, 6 letters from Berg. One of them has to do with the waivers. One of them has to do with migratory birds, and I think the other 3 or 4 have to do with the environment. So,
Nice.
The waiver criteria. And the waiver criteria.
yes, I thought I mentioned that, but yes, the waiver criteria.
I'm in Unicolab. And I'm not seeing the long form EAF. Which would be helpful for the environmental review piece, because then you can see, you were talking about, do we need more studies? The EAF will help us determine.
Yeah,
if there's anything we missed. But,
we have the long form. It was on the Google Drive.
oh, maybe it just hasn't made it over.
Maybe it hasn't made it over.
Okay.
3 versions, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
It probably just didn't transfer. I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, we usually have these, so I would assume it.
Stacy, would you note that?
Uh-huh.
Stacy and I are meeting on Wednesday to go through Verizon on Unicolab. Because I know how important it is for you to be able to find the information, so we're gonna try to make sure everything's there.
And do we know, have we, well, I'll let you go. I'm like,
James, there was also a statement made by Scott that he would get us a summary document that would take a lot of the information that one might typically expect the public to want to know about without them wading through 2 300-page tomes, 141-page tome, yada, yada, yada. But he was gonna put together, I had somebody put together a document that we would then be able to load up onto our online website and refer the public to it as the Cliff Notes version of the cell tower proposal. And I mean that kiddingly, but also seriously. It wouldn't cover everything, but it would presumably cover the real salient points. And Jennifer, you're the one who came up with that, so I thank you for that. And Scott was so as soon as he can get us that, it will make our job easier on the 29th.
So just while we're on that subject, is there anything offhand that the board can think of that you absolutely would like on there?
Everything.
Can I
Go
give
ahead.
a list? So it would be site plans, any narratives. the most recent version of studies or analyses, so maybe you've revised it once or twice. People can get confused if they look at the wrong
Yeah, that's
version.
fine.
So like the most recent.
Like the most recent, long form.
Yeah, exactly, that's a great example.
I don't need the other
EAF
ones.
should be in there.
Yeah.
The current versions of studies for review and comment. So that would be natural resources, migratory birds.
The letter in section 10 from Mr. Williams. All of the material in section 4, from the second tome that we got that dealt with the environment. You can put the latest real estate study, valuation study, but I don't know what we're gonna do with that because.
It was a pretty technical justification for the consumption.
They didn't use comparables. They used comparables from.
Yeah, but you have to think through on the real estate. If you, so what tower in this vicinity would have happened so that you could compare real estate transactions
Newport's.
before and after?
Newport's.
Why is New Paltz better than?
Columbia County.
Well, Gilderland is market wise. Same place as here.
You could do the one on, Airport Road.
Gilderland's a relatively, middle class affluent suburb of Albany. It's
What about doing Airport Road as Peter
Airport Road.
suggested?
assuming there's real estate transactions you could compare and contrast.
I don't think there are, yeah. Or also Cohasset.
As a point, I'm actually from Kingston and I'm living in Albany now. I can say that the two are very similar in terms of how they are. Geographically wise, affluent wise, especially with the uptick in people that we've experienced in Ulster County over the last 5 years now since COVID. But just something for the board to consider.
All right, so that's gonna be a lively discussion because I don't know how
Has
to.
Verizon built the one next to the airport in outside Kingston?
That was approved. I want to
That would be
say
a fresh
4 or 5 months ago now. That won't go into construction probably until next year, just because of backlogs and delays on materials.
That's the one out by the bridge.
Yeah,
Correct.
Okay, so we just need to wrap our heads around that on the 29th. Dave brings up a good point. Is there any similarities to the
Most recent.
type of permit? Jen, anything else that we
Tower
should?
would be,
New Paltz?
I mean,
Car.
I think it'll be in the EAF, but the list of permits, so people know who you're, like, Fish and Wildlife, you have to do a consult with them, right? So like just listing out, I think that sort of goes in the EAF, but like identifying who you're consulting with so that people know. Like you're checking off certain boxes, and the only, it's not required by us, but a good narrative that ties to the. Like there are narratives, but having everything in one place, so there's a justification of like why the site's appropriate, how that decision was made. Just on the front end, so that people have the context they need. It can help avoid questions later on,
So.
because you have it, and then when you get the question, you can say, oh, well, we explained why, you can look at section A, where we talked about site selection.
in the initial submission, there's a statement sent that wrong to all.
So maybe let's just, I think a lot of this is copy pasting from other places and putting it.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, like why we're in the certain area, that we have like a real estate analysis that's prepared. My only comment is gonna be, I asked for cliff notes and we're now getting into.
I told you I was.
We're probably going into 30+ pages.
Okay, so make it at the Encyclopedia Britannica if you want to.
Okay.
I would expect that this would be.
As long as you guys are okay with that.
Yes, we're okay. The visual studies.
So on the topic of visual studies, would you like what's currently prepared, or would you like what's going to be prepared after the next consult in Tectonic and your retained engineering team, where they discuss the different desktop analyses versus physical on field?
Typical lawyer, lots of questions.
My job.
Whatever is currently, whatever is available at the point that you put it together. So I think that would be the one that was revised August 8th.
Understood.
All right, if it has to change again, because I don't know where that meeting is going, to be honest with you, James. And if it does go, that it has to be changed in some or modified, then that would have to be uploaded.
Understood.
So, okay. Anything else?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Procedurally, when is the board going to address its secret determination of a positive deck or a negative deck?
That's a good question.
Thank you. We'll go here too.
When should we address, you don't want to address seeker. Let me know if I got this right, if I'm learning from you. We don't want to address seeker, until we have all the information in, and we have a sufficient amount of time to discuss it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's not skipped, because.
No, we're not gonna
They
skip
say
it.
it is.
I can
Please
sure,
fill
I
this
feel
meeting
comfortable
part.
speaking for the board.
He won't let me skip it.
Yeah, I feel comfortable speaking for the board that the board is going to conduct as complete a review of the environmental issues as is necessary to determine them.
Thank
And I would expect it would take a couple of sessions, whether it's meetings or not, but certainly work in terms of reviewing every single submitted technical document.
Thank you, Dave.
And we should probably, once we get the information we want from Verizon, we shouldn't delay moving on. It's not a purpose to create more time, but we need to get what we need to see, and then we should move on as quickly as possible, and take as much time as necessary to review as we need to.
So talking about being timely, I want to set the public hearing for the meeting in October. And the meeting in October is actually going to be on the 14th, which is a Tuesday. So obviously, I'm not going to notice it yet, but I'm going to get it on the docket and get it out there through the newspapers or the minutes and whatever else. So I'll entertain a motion to set the public hearing for the Verizon cell tower for October 14th. Jennifer makes the motion.
Second.
Helena seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye for me, so 7-0. So we have the public hearing. And again, the 29th will be a big day to go through all these things. I may or may not allow the public to chime in at some point on the 29th. I don't know. I know I don't want to get into a discussion with the public because we have enough discussion of our own to do, but I may allow the public to say something. We had the public hearing 2 weeks after that, so it may not be necessary. And the public hearing will stay open as long as the board needs, or the board feels that they have all the information they need and they're ready to move forward. Then I guess it's somewhere at that point that we're gonna make the secret determination.
Yeah.
If we've gone through the proper
Once you
procedure to
come,
get
you've got all the information necessary, then you gotta go through it and decide.
Okay. So I think that's it. There's something else on the agenda. I was gonna, Dave prepared a document about wetlands, how we should deal with wetlands. I'm not going to go through that. It'll take us to midnight. So we'll put it on for another meeting.
One quick question before we close.
Yes.
Submission deadline for the additional materials.
The one we just talked about?
Yes, the documents and everything.
So, for the 29th, as soon as you can get them, but certainly no more than a week before, we would like this additional document by the end of the week, this week, if possible, or the middle of next week.
With all the additional studies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully everything exists, it just sort of lives in different places, maybe you have to.
It's just a matter of actually putting together,
Yeah.
I know, like personally, I'm out of the office the next day or two with other meetings like this, so if we could do the beginning of next week, that would
That's fine.
be, all right, thank you.
That's fine. We'll get it, make sure it comes to me. And then I'll have somebody in the know, not me, Stacy or Courtney, put it up on Unico Link.
Rick, is the Google Drive kaput for this project?
Actually not, I've been using the Google Drive because I can't find it on Unicolab or.
Yeah, I can't, because the Unicolab is this unorganized string of 7 pages of files,
So Stacy, you and I have our work cut out for. on
and it's
that.
gonna be 8 pages by the end of the week, right? It's. So
Yes.
I think somebody's got to go through and organize those somehow.
So what's importantly.
I would volunteer, but I
Do you want to join us
don't
Wednesday?
know that I have the administrative authority to move stuff around.
I think he does. He's.
I don't know, I'd have to check.
Would you?
Yeah, I can check and see.
We put you in,
Like just for Jennifer's questions, I was looking. I couldn't find where the EAFs are.
Yeah, it's difficult.
So
at
Dave
best.
has
I couldn't
staff-
Find the IFs either.
Dave has staff permissions. Now, I don't know whether there's more granular,
Or
So that's what I have.
you have, I have, Peter has, and Dave has staff permissions. As well as Courtney and Alyssa, so I think that allows Dave to, why don't you try it?
okay, it just don't want to mess something.
And
Because we think we're digging into the roots here, right?
It's the fear we all have, Dave.
Yeah, it's an understandable feeling.
But I'm pretty sure you do, Stacy will confirm
Because
that.
it tracks
Yeah, you
those
should be able
changes,
to.
right? And you can't untrack it. I mean,
That's right.
Well,
Good
we
try.
try
It's always
to.
behind it.
Thank you,
get a
James.
special color or
Thank
something.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Always good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Thank you.
Drive safe.
So we're not gonna do anything else tonight.
All right,
I have a request.
Sure.
I have a request. All of the paperwork in front of you. Could you all put them in similar packs, like the maps for Dawson in one pack? The maps for this one in another pack? Could
Really?
somebody work on that? So I don't have to do it tomorrow. I still don't have a secretary.
Rick, I have one more thing.
Sure, Peter has one more thing. Hold on.
Yeah, we just thought, you know, with the, because we had the potential for a conservation easement. As Hans and I are both on the board of the Rondout Surface Land Conservancy. I just wanted to, we talked about it with the Land Conservancy at our board meeting, and we working with the conservation subdivision is something that the Rondout Surface Land Conservancy is open to, but it would be done strictly on a case-by-case basis, and there's a concern that we don't want to be perceived as, you know, in favor of one thing or another. So it's an option, but I just wanted to put out there publicly and on record that there's no sort of slam dunk or quid pro quo or anything like that, that everything is done. And if another situation comes up, it would be better for that to be put further earlier in the process than like Meadow Lakes, for instance.
So can I ask you, yes, all right, so Meadow Lakes is, I'm not sure yet where that's going, but.
Right.
Right.
So, all right, and I agree with that. You're not concerned, I mean, we've had today, what, at least another one, possible conservation subdivision. Are you guys going to recuse yourself? From any votes?
That's a, yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
I personally don't see
I don't-
conflict of interest.
Not with that one, no, because we haven't.
I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but if, I don't see any conflicts.
No, I don't see. Yeah.
I would defer to council, but. There is no remuneration that occurs.
Yeah, the only, you know, the time before with Turner. I recused myself, Hans recused himself. That was kind of a special case because in that situation, it was the Rondout Esopus Land Conservancy voted to spend money to have an interest in that property.
Yes,
And that's the first time we've ever done
I
that,
remember that.
right? So that's why we did that.
Right.
Even though it wasn't really, in my mind, a conflict, it was the appearance of a conflict that we wanted to avoid.
Right.
At all. With like other discussions that we've had tonight, I don't see any conflict
Okay.
at all. So.
Yeah, and just another comment about the conservation subdivision. I don't know anything about the town getting involved in dignified dwelling in the conservation subdivision. I mean, the town has always said we don't want any part of it, of conservation subdivisions.
Yeah.
If they do,
No resources.
okay, but I don't know.
I mean,
if
I'm
they're gonna do it.
out to survey the country.
So I don't know what that discussion was about, and that's why I just said. You're way ahead of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we in the Rondout Esopus, when we have a conservation easement, we're required to monitor the property every year. And document that we monitor the property every year to make sure that there's no violation. I'd be really surprised if the town wants to do that.
No.
And.
I take what was said with a
Yeah.
super grain of salt.
So-
Maybe there was some misunderstanding part of,
Yeah.
somewhere.
Okay, motion?
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
To adjourn.
I second the motion.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
We second that. See what we can do about just gathering the paper.
Problem, having the floor, is that what you want?
Yeah.